How about this one? I call it...
to beautiful Naples, Florida, home to some of the most amazing white sand beaches in the world, and also home to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. You are looking at East Naples Community Park, and we're coming into the Zing Zang Championship Court, a famous championship court, but this East Naples Community Park is home to 64 permanent dedicated courts available to everyone. And right now, it's available to watch some pro pickleball action. I'm excited to be here once again. Everybody, I am Rusty Howes. I'm joined today with Scott Fliegelman. And Scott, this pro mixed split age bracket is unique, and you've been a part of it.
I have been a part of it, Rusty, since the beginning. When U.S. Open popularized this event a couple of years ago, I had a chance to play yesterday in the men's split age. Great fun, and I'm excited to be a fan and watch the mixed action today.
And yesterday was special. We had some defending champions in Dave Weinbach and Andre Dascu trying to hold onto their gold, but it almost didn't go their way this year.
Yeah, Althoff and Dylan were flawless throughout the day, and they had Dave and Andre on the ropes, and Dave and Andre stayed positive. They kept pumping each other up, and in the end, they made an incredible comeback.
Yeah, game number 2, it ends up being 12-10, but they were down, I think, 7 points, and all of a sudden they came back, and as you can see with those overheads, once again, Dascu was heating it up, another fist bump and chest bumps, and coming up, I think we have one of the longest victory hugs I have seen in pro pickleball, as they ultimately pulled out another gold. And so that wasn't all we had, Scott. You know, again, what's great about this tournament is there's new blood that's coming in. And so in the gold, we saw some new faces, but also we saw another championship team defending their title.
Yeah, Mari and Sherry were kind of unheralded last year, coming in and making some big upsets and getting the gold this year. Nobody was going to be surprised by them. They played fantastic throughout the day. Mari's backhand was amazing, out of the air and off the bounce. Sherry made some great defensive plays and some really key lobs throughout the semifinals and the finals.
Yeah, and obviously Ryan Foster, there was a bit of a medical issue, but ultimately she was able to continue on to game number 2. And despite some good defensive play, ultimately Humberg and Quarter closed it out and became champions once again. And so we are at an amazing facility, and there is so much happening all around this place. You can see spectators watching in the fan zone, and for you, hang in there because the mixed pro split age is coming in just a moment.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Here we are As we pull back from the crowd to reveal a match already underway just at the very beginning of game number 1. We have Susanna Barr and Patrick Cote on the far court in red, and Andre Diascu serving, his partner Lee Whitwell there. Oh.
Right away, we get to see one of Whitwell's patented Ernies. She's going to be doing a lot of those today.
And so, again, we've seen Andre Diascu here already this week, a defending champion from last year, and with a strong resume. And a big reach.
Second serve.
I'm Rusty Howes. Again, I'm joined with Scott Fliegelman here in the booth. Susanna Barr playing this week with Bobby Oshiro, and obviously right now she's playing with Patrick Cote in the split age.
Point.
So again, if you are new, we just had someone come up to the booth and ask a clarifying question. The split age means you have a over 50 pro and an under 50 pro. It doesn't matter male or female, make a difference that way.
Side out.
However, they decide to pair themselves up.
That's one of the exciting parts of this event, Rusty, is making the decision of whether you're going to have the under 50 pro be male or female, and vice versa. And we'll see how that plays out the rest of the way through the quarterfinals here.
4-3-1.
And yes, as Scott just said, this is a quarterfinal match. We'll be showing you some other matches as well as the gold match coming up.
Second serve.
Big lob. Whitwell handles it ultimately as Diascu reaches across. Not quite able to get it back. A look at a Franklin X40 replay here.
Whitwell has one of the best overheads in the game.
Yeah, you saw that over and over yesterday.
4-3-2. Point.
Big return goes wide. Again, it's early on, only 1 point difference. Oh, a little bop on the net.
Side out.
Side out, a chance to go
3-5-1.
before us. Patrick Cote, new to Zing Zang Championship Court as part of one of our broadcasts here over the years. Diascu heats it up.
I had a chance to play with Patrick for the first time a month or so ago, and he's a really talented player. I thought perhaps nerves could be an issue coming onto Zing Zang Court for the first time, and he seems to be handling himself really well.
Is that Erling you talked about?
Side out.
She was coming back to it just a little long, and she was able to avoid getting caught up in her feet.
Her partner Diascu gave her a little heads up, and she was able to listen.
5-3-1. Point.
Barr and Cote are both excellent defensive players. We're going to see a lot of mid-court resets and some really great control and touch out of them.
6-3-1. Second serve. Six, 3-2. Side out.
Uncharacteristic of Whitwell, she is one of the best resetters in the game, whether out of the air or off the bounce.
Take a look quick at that Franklin X40 replay. But if you see in one of our shots, potentially, it is getting a little more gusty here. It's a beautiful temperature. So some of the most mild temperatures we've had at the U.S. Open in a while. Today, for the first time, the wind has picked up quite a bit. So right now the win you can see in a flag over the corner there. It's possible that soft drop might have just been stopped a little bit.
Second serve.
I spoke with some of the other quarterfinalists earlier who said it's breezy, but not terribly impactful and not really a prevailing wind one way or the other.
Side out.
A little glimpse at Diascu's length there. You're only going to get one chance at a reset. Cote needs to anticipate that coming his way. Let's take a look. That's a perfect setup from Diascu, exactly how you want to set up an Ernie.
Yeah, you heard the crowd clapping, appreciate that athleticism. Now Whitwell serves. Oh!
Looks like the wind may have knocked that one down as well. These guys are all experienced players in the wind. They'll adjust.
Cote just said, can you turn the music on? I like it.
I like to see him bantering with the crowd. Like I said, I was a little concerned about nerves, but he seems loose.
Side out.
Top notch.
Yeah, Susanna Barr says that's so good. And despite some good stops here, they find themselves down 4 points with Cote serving.
Second serve.
So frustrating to play against a player like Diascu. Cote was able to get a ball or two to bounce in the kitchen, and then just a little bit longer, and you try to be a little bit too perfect.
Barr and Cote checking their position.
3-7-2. Side out.
I mean, lobs on a short court. Everybody, you know, a lot of people coming from tennis, you know, with a deep, deep court like a tennis court, but a shorter court with someone of his height. I mean, lobs, extremely risky.
Well, you can see how beautifully Diascu moved behind Whitwell. She slid out of the way, and Diascu was able to handle it.
Point.
And after getting up 2-0, Cote and Barr have run into a little bit of a problem.
Point.
So you're kind of 1 point at a time going to Diascu and Whitwell. We'll take another look at a Franklin X40 replay, see if we can see the ball coming in.
9-3-1.
Close to the baseline. Slowing it down again. So 9. We're going to get a timeout here.
I'm surprised we didn't see one here. If they lose this point, I'd certainly look for a timeout.
Well, we're at 10.
We are at 10. They need to win this point.
Second serve.
Thank goodness.
Two. Side out.
Yeah, that's a big sigh of relief.
Yep. I expect Whitwell to make the calibration adjustment on the wind on that. She's not going to miss too many drops.
3-10-1. Second serve.
Both Barr and Cote sit on forehand shield a lot of the time. They raise their shield. They play defense with the forehand side of the paddle. So we'll look for that. That can be very effective.
Side out.
So here we are again, coming back to a second game point in the first game at the Pro Mixed Split Age quarterfinal. Let's
see if Cote and Barr switch on this one or not. I think Cote's been struggling directly across from Andre. And they stay. Terrific third shot drive from Whitwell.
Yeah.
And that'll do it.
Game 11-3.
So yesterday we had some of our first 3-game matches, and we'll see if today we have another opportunity to go longer as Barr Cote try to defend. And we will take a quick break and come back after this instant replay from Franklin X40.
There's Diascu right in front of Cote again, causing all kinds of menace.
How about this one? I call it.
Yeah, right there. Just kind of waits, lets it come high enough. And game number 1 is over, but game number 2 is on the way. We'll be back in just a moment.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to number 1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Look at that fantastic view. There's only so many places in the world that you can enjoy so many different kinds of boating and water sports like there is in Collier County here, Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades. But right now, we're back at Zing Zang Championship Court as Lee Whitwell there is getting ready to serve game number 1. If you've just joined us, Whitwell and Diascu on the far court took it pretty handedly. So we'll see if Barr and Cote can turn things around. Oh man, yeah, you were saying it earlier about her forehand, overhead.
And as I expected, I thought Cote and Barr might come out in the second game like they did in the first game, mixing things up with lobs, with drops, trying to play a little unorthodox, but Whitwell's overhead's just a little too strong. And her anticipation. Cote likes seeing Whitwell in front of him quite a bit more. He doesn't see anything like Diascu on the Senior Pro Tour.
0-1-1. Point.
Yep, Susanna slides to her left in order to prepare her forehand shield, and Diascu anticipated that and was able to find a little room down the line.
1-1-2.
Look at that. Well, that's the second time Cote has been the victim of an Ernie, once with Diascu and once with Whitwell. He's got to try and put that reset a little bit further inside.
Here's a quick look at it. Yeah, I mean, we saw her do that in game number 1, and you know, it's well, and as you're saying before, go ahead.
I'm comfortable with the reset idea. He just needs to anticipate the reach of the player directly in front of him and make sure that ball bounces 3, 4, 5 feet inside the net post.
Right, right. You hear the crowd there? Oh, another little bobble on the net. She gets it. Two blocks, 3. He still get. Oh, there's only so much. The ball just keeps coming back again and again.
It's exactly what I expected to see out of Barr and Cote. They have incredible defense, but Diascu's just so long. Yeah. He just leans into the kitchen, and again, Whitwell so crafty with those overheads. When Cote's playing against senior men and senior mixed, he's able to get that ball to bounce, but against Diascu, it just comes back faster.
Yeah.
He's stealing time, balance, and rhythm from these guys at every opportunity. That's a tough angle for Whitwell to find blue on that one.
Yeah.
Cote did a great job anticipating and getting out of the way.
That was actually one of our longer, even though it wasn't that long, sort of dink sessions so far. Wonder if they will try to do that some more.
I think they're trying to, but it's just really hard to find the ball bouncing against Whitwell and Diascu. Yeah.
I mean, Whitwell's really kind of pushing him out there.
Yeah. And again, Cote's not accustomed to someone as long and athletic as Diascu in front of him, and that makes for a much more challenging reset. Great deep serve from Whitwell. There's something about the net on center court. That ball just seems to sit on there longer than other courts.
We have seen it just kind of just hang there. Let's see. Franklin X40 replay. Oh, my goodness. But she is able to get it over. The crowd has a number of times so far this week had gasps, ahs, and ohs as that net has both rejected one and helped the other.
1-5-1.
Yeah, players watching at home, don't get panicked by that. Just relax the way Whitwell did.
Second serve.
Yeah, I mean, he's leaning in, 1 foot in the air, over the kitchen with his arm, just the reach and the control. We were talking about that the other day. It's not just tall reach, but his athleticism.
Side out.
Right now, there's no solution for Cote and Barr. I might expect a timeout rather soon so they can talk it over with their coach.
5-1-1.
Diascu serves 5-1.
Oh, there's some open court for Barr. That's the downside of Diascu coming over so far, as he leaves a little bit of room behind him.
5-1-2.
Cote got just what he wanted on that. He bent his knees. He was ready to make the play. He'll be looking for that again. That's that forehand pancake that's
Yeah.
all the rage the last year or so.
All the rage. Drive from Whitwell. Oh, look at that angle.
Excellent angle.
Fantastic. We were talking about that yesterday, Eva. So, you know, instead of just constantly doing your overheads to the baseline, especially when they're so far back, let's take a look.
Yeah, he holds his intentions right to the very end, and there's just too much court for Diasky to cover.
Yeah.
Second serve.
That's painful.
Got to make him hit.
Yeah.
One, 6-2. Point.
Tremendous display of resetting from both sides of the court.
Right, right. Well, and again, as we'll observe throughout the day, sometimes you'll have, they're going after one opponent, but they're really kind of Whitwell going with both Barr and Cote. A little help from the net there.
The net giveth, and it also taketh away.
Look there at
3-6-2.
Patrick Cote. Barr serves. There it is again.
But I like Cote and Barr, you know, looking to bring it pretty hard early in the rally to Whitwell. That's probably their best chance.
6-3-1.
So again, we're 7-3. They haven't had a 3 or 4 point run like in the last game, but still
7-3-1.
down 4 points. No timeouts yet been called.
Second serve.
Cote getting long there as Barr is switching, doing his job.
Receivers. 7-3-2. 1 minute.
So with the timeout being called now, as we were just talking about, we have a moment to take a Takea hydration break, hear from some sponsors, and be back for more action.
Margaritaville are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
So as we see the gold boxes and the fans waving at the camera, we're coming back. Did not have any timeouts called by Cote and Barr in the last game, but here we are with a 4 point differential. Whitwell and Diasco clearly seem to have the momentum, Scott.
And the pedigree of that team is really high. Barr and Cote are going to have to find another level. And I do think, you know, shorter rallies and attacking in Whitwell's direction is probably going to be their best play.
There goes in. Barr's on. She's looking a little bit.
Little strut.
Little strut. She's like, that works.
Yeah. Wow. Around the post and 6 inches off the ground is tough for the 6'6" Diasco.
Comes back, deep return to Cote.
Second serve.
A little bit of a miss there down the middle.
Yeah. Again, that reset works beautifully for Cote most of the time at the senior level, less so with Diasco in front of him, and that's the beauty of this format. Not so much for Cote.
Side out.
That ball bounces 99.9% of the time. Only someone as long and athletic as Diascu can get a paddle on that.
8-3-1.
Great rally. Players watching at home note that Diascu is not afraid to put some height on his third shot drop. A lot of players are scared to come in behind that, but with Diascu and Whitwell charging in, there's nowhere for these opponents to go.
Yeah.
Great defense from Cote.
Yeah, right. And I mean, that's the challenge constantly, right? You know, as people are able to cover more and more of the court, either with the height or the reach or the speed. You just have fewer and fewer options. Oh,
same idea right there. Diascu, if he was going to miss, he was going to miss long. Whitwell came in, applied pressure to Cote. He felt it, and it's a tough dink.
Here's a quick look at that.
Yeah,
Franklin.
Look how high over the net that ball is, and then Whitwell's right there applying pressure.
And so game and match point here. Goes long, and Whitwell and Diascu find themselves moving along in the bracket, having a chance to claim, for Diascu in particular, another gold. And we are thankful to be here, excited to see more mixed pro split age taking place at Zing Zang Championship Court. With one last look here, Scott.
Again, plenty of air under that drop. Whitwell applies pressure. It's a tough, formidable foe to play against there.
They let that ball go along with a pat on the back. They're moving through the bracket. You, back home, wherever you are, don't go away. We have more action coming after this.
You know that I feel good, doing things I never thought I could, smiling in the mirror I look good, like I should. I feel brand spanking new, I don't know about you. I feel good, doing things I never thought I would, smiling in the mirror I look good, like I should. I feel brand spanking new, I don't know about you. I feel good.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
So as we come back with a look at the background of Player Village, a unique part of the U.S. Open, we can look at some of the results there. Obviously, the unforced error ratio is quite significant. Ultimately, the outright winners, there's a balance, but a number of balls going into the net. Again, Diascu and Diascu and Whitwell putting on some consistent pressure. And that brings us back to another match here. We are going to see this pro split age bracket as kind of off to the corner. Billy's singing some songs. Once again, we're going to have Dave Weinbach out here, as you can see in the red, and another familiar face in Mari Humberg as they begin to warm up. as we talked about before, the weather here has been fantastic this week. The temperature is quite mild, especially in the shade here. Dave's already got his paddle up, kind of hiding some of his commentary there. And ultimately, they're going to be facing off against Jaime Oncines and Simone Jardim, who are the defending champions in this pro split age bracket. Last year, in a very kind of fun moment, Scott, Jaime, Davis Cup player with Brazil, Simone, a tennis player as well, grew up seeing him play, and they had a chance to now play pickleball at this competitive level.
Really neat to see the international flavor that this event has taken on. That's certainly been one of their themes from the very beginning. You know, men's singles in the senior pro the other day, we had a Brazilian and a Mexican. And you're just walking around the ground, seeing the different tents and flags, and it's got a really nice international feel. Not only amongst the amateurs, but the pro ranks are going, you know, well beyond just the U.S. players at the top. Really cool to see. We actually have 3 Brazilians on the court right now with Mariana Humberg as well.
Yes, and I think we had shared the other day that when Simone was coaching tennis at Michigan State, she actually, I think, was recruiting or talking to Mari about her coming from Brazil to play at Michigan State. But ultimately, the cold weather was a little bit too much. And I don't know that either of them would have maybe expected to see themselves playing competitively against each other in a totally different sport. Well, we know they didn't, because they didn't know about it at the time. So while we might have known about pickleball, more and more newcomers, and it's funny to imagine Simone no longer as a newcomer, but a seasoned veteran with an incredibly impressive resume.
Yeah, great to see Simone back. You know, she wasn't gone for a little. She had some injuries. Great to see her participating in different tours back here at the U.S. Open, bringing along some youngsters to play with, Allison Harris and Rona Cameron. A lot of up-and-comers, and what an amazing chance to be groomed, you know, by Simone. Catherine Peranto, one of her former proteges, certainly going on to great things. And Simone's still playing very, very high-level pickleball, and partnered up with Jaime. They're a very tough team.
Yeah, and you know, again, we were talking about Dayescu's height. Obviously, if you can see there, Jaime Oncines, the tallest player on the court with quite a bit of reach. But even though Weinbach is known for his fast hands and certainly an incredible veteran in sports, multiple championships here, hundreds of medals throughout his career, his ability to play strong. And so there's a look at Simone, 2-time Triple Crown winner, 13-time U.S. Open champion. And these are, we tried at one point to keep adding more and more. We ran out of room, so we couldn't even list everything. And again, not only just a great athlete and competitor, but an ambassador for the sport as well, both here in Florida and literally around the world. So Scott, this warm-up time, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Again, a lot of people are familiar, but you know, what's kind of happening right here?
They're getting a feel for center court. These players are familiar with it, but it's a little different than the outer courts. So we've got Dave Weinbach, who I've had a chance to play with and against for a couple of years. He'll be representing the USA in the great state of Wisconsin. The Badger is his nickname. You know, one of the winningest players, if not the winningest of all time. A great animated player, incredible fast hands, and amazing anticipation.
Yeah, and certainly again, yesterday he was here and for a moment was wondering if he could close out that gold with Andre Dayescu. And there's a look at some of the stats from Mari Humberg. As we mentioned, you know, we could add at the top there that 2023 pro split age. She got another one, so let's add 24 to that list. And here she is trying to get another gold. Again, just 18 short months is how long she's been playing pickleball.
And no longer an unknown. A lot of slice off the return. And then that backhand, the little backhand speed up that she has, a little backhand roll out of the air is very formidable.
Well, yeah, so if you watch her, you know, some people like you are wondering how she's even hitting the ball, the aggressiveness of how much she is coming under and over it to put spin on it. I mean, it's almost off the charts.
Well, she's so new from the tennis game that she's still willing to, you know, change grips on the forehand side. She'll go to, you know, a more extreme semi-western grip, and then all the way over on the backhand side, she will make the adjustment in her hand to prepare the paddle in such a way to be able to make extreme topspin off the roll out of the air.
And she was over here yesterday kind of talking about how she does it literally when she does that flip. She almost will bring her paddle straight down. So she's working her wrist so the paddle head is almost directly pointed to the ground and will come up and over to the right. And she was showing us her wrists. There's a quick and easily recognizable difference in the musculature of her paddle hand than the other, and she just works that wrist, and you'll probably see that here.
Side out.
So with a quick side out,
0-0-1.
serve goes over to Humberg and Weinbach.
Point. Olsens leaves a little bit of room to his left, and Humberg finds it right away. We're going to see that with both the male players are going to be really hugging the middle, as we just did with Diascu. It leaves a little bit of room behind, but Humberg just uses her incredible forehand skills to find some room. Just a little long. Second serve. One, 0-2.
Georgine
point.
Looks to go cross court, rejected by the net.
2-0-2.
Oh, heat up there.
Side out. And there is that backhand roll speed up. Jean Olsens certainly read the scouting report on Humberg and was ready for it. He's going to play a very strong backhand shield. He's going to slide to his right and play his defense with the backhand side of his paddle.
Right there comes across the poach. Serve. Ultimately doesn't go his way.
Well, speeding up in Weinbach's direction comes with a little extra pressure. Dave's so good with his hands that Olsens was trying to be just a little too perfect there. Side out.
So with the side out and a 2-point lead, the serve comes to Georgine.
2-0-1. Second serve.
Looks like all players are keeping that ball really low. We've had a number go into the tape, kind of more likely, more than we normally see.
All still calibrating on the different
lob over
field.
Weinbach's head.
Foot fault, left foot.
Foot fault called on Weinbach. Looking around like he's a little confused.
He gives a quick look at the referee and generally moves on.
I think Dave always looks to see if, can I convince a different answer than what you just said? Oh, great get. Another.
That's world-class pickleball, Rusty.
Yeah.
Olsens
Take
is
a
not
look
only
here, the Franklin X40 replay.
Yeah, we'll see here. He's not only 6'5", but he moves like a cat.
And ultimately,
0-2-2.
Humberg puts it away. Dave tries to do a chest bump, but
Not sure Mari
there.
was ready for that. And there's that backhand roll again. We described that paddle face starts straight down and rolls over it beautifully with topspin. Don't try that at home with your average continental grip.
So
2-0-1.
Mari Humberg serving again to Simone Georgine.
Second serve. 2-0-2.
Simone Georgine backs up to
0,
defensively
2,
keep
1.
that play, and ultimately, as Humberg holds his ground, sorry, his own scene holds his ground,
Point.
Humberg hits it in the net, and so we have this back and forth with their first point on the board.
1, 2, 1.
Simone Georgine serves.
Point.
A little help from the net. And we're tied up.
He was not to be denied from taking a full crack at that. 2, 2, 1. Point.
And after quite a
3,
few back
2,
and
1.
forths, with no points on the board, they quickly find themselves at 3.
Second serve. 3, 2,
Humberg
2.
most likely slice this return. She'll do that both off the forehand and the backhand side. Onscenes and Jardim do an excellent job of lifting up that third.
Nice. They handle all those right to Simone Georgine.
Defense, offense, and everything in between.
Franklin X40 replay.
4, 2, 2. Side out.
So after
2, 4,
number
1.
of points on the board, we're coming back to Humberg serving to Georgine.
Second serve.
As we saw in the last match, when we have athletes with the reach that they have
2,
today,
4,
there's
2.
not a whole lot of room in the kitchen to get it to bounce.
Point.
Weinbach's got some quick hands, yeah. Onscenes goes for the attack, and Dave, he's right there.
3, 4, 2. Side out.
Almost a great play from Weinbach. Yeah, I've been across from Weinbach enough times to know that he knows if and when I'm going to attack
4,
before
3,
I know
1.
I'm going to attack. He's just been on the court for enough hours.
Point.
Another point. 5-3, Georgine
5,
serving.
3, 1.
Yeah, look at that swing she has.
Yeah.
Point.
It's an awful lot of slice, and players at home, if you're dealing with slice return like that, you can see how well Jardim and Onscenes get underneath the ball and lift it up.
6, 3,
Right
1.
Ultimately, Onscenes goes right up into the chest of Weinbach. Round the post, excellent defense, and the crowd whistling and clapping.
Timeout
With
receivers.
Franklin X40 replay here.
And about this time, Jardim's anticipating the ATP and is ready to defend it beautifully. Only a few years ago, that's a clean winner. Now ATP defenses are...
We actually watched some old footage from, I think, 26 or 17 of the U.S. Open and saw that very thing. And don't go away. We have a timeout called. The Takea hydration break coming up.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
So thank you everyone for joining us. We are happy to be bringing you the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. You have a look there at Zing Zang Championship Court. The flags have actually shifted position. Flag on the left there getting caught up in the wind. It is a little breezier today. You're looking at Simone Jardim right now. And her partner in this unique mixed pro split age bracket. Simone, the under 50 player, and her partner, also from Brazil, Jaime Oncines, with a 4-point lead.
Point. Eight, 3-2.
So at 8-3-2.
Point.
I mean, he's going after Weinbach quite consistently. That's similar to like right before the timeout. We'll take another look here again, the Franklin X40 replay.
And Jardim surprised Weinbach with that.
Yeah.
I really don't think he expected it.
Yeah, she seems to be heating it up cross court quite a bit. Big overhead by Humberg. But still, we're 2 points away from game one for Jardim and Oncines.
3-9-1.
But a 6-point spread is nothing in pickleball. We've seen it over and over again. Turn the other way.
Second serve.
Good.
I feel like Humberg's frequent grip changes may have gotten in her way a little bit there. You can see during the rally she does move her right hand around on the paddle. I don't think she got set. Possibly there as well.
Yeah. So the serve comes back to Jardim and Oncines, who've quickly found themselves just 2 points away
9-3-1
from closing out game number one.
And again, Jardim has success coming cross court with the heater at Weinbach.
Yeah, like, you know, again, what's so unique about this bracket is you don't have some of the stereotypical male-female formats happening.
Well, Weinbach's not accustomed to being on the right side. He did last night with Iescu, but I think he'd prefer to be on the left, and there's an incredible shot from Jardim to end the game.
Cross court again, and 11-3 goes in favor of Jardim and Oncines, but it's not over yet. Humberg and Weinbach, as we saw yesterday, Dave's been in that defensive position. They came back to take gold. Can they come back to take gold, or to go through the bracket right now? But finally, that last moment, she comes across. Ow.
Yep.
And one last look at that angle.
Weinbach gives her the angle here, and
he's back a little
Jardim
bit.
takes it.
Oh, that was beautiful. So stay tuned for game number 2 coming up in just a moment.
Another game? I'm done for the day, and so is my shoulder.
Reach for Arnicare when sore muscles take you out of the game. This scientifically formulated pain reliever has no strong medicine smell, no greasy residue, and can be applied directly to where it hurts. Arnicare is powered by Arnica, an ingredient that has been trusted for centuries to provide relief for muscle pain, stiffness, and bruising. Don't let pain stop you from doing what you love. Reach for Arnicare and get back into the game. Available where you shop.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome back with another beautiful view. I think, Scott, next time, have you ever been able to go kayaking here in Naples?
I've not yet. I've been mostly on the court, but boy, that looks fantastic.
I mean, unbelievable, right? You know, I know I keep seeing year after year these beautiful clips, and we've done a lot of amazing things in Florida, and you, if you come here, can participate in some of those great water sports. But right now, everybody's looking to participate in pickleball. Look at these stats here, Scott.
Unforced errors seem to be the key. I mean, it looks like they're going for it across the board. I think they've got to get comfortable with which player is going to play on which side if I'm Weinbach and Humberg. A little bit of confusion there, far less so from the Brazilians on the other side.
Game 2.
Time in.
0-0-2.
Timing called. Mari Humberg serves to Simone Giorgini. Over Dave's shoulder, a bit uncharacteristic.
It's such a
that dropped quite short.
Such a crafty lob. Humberg gave Jardim the backspin, which enabled Jardim to put on extra topspin on her lob. That's why it dropped so beautifully.
Point.
I've seen a lot of that from Monsign's when I speed up in his direction.
Yeah,
it usually doesn't work out very well. For such a big guy, he's nimble and his hands are fast, and he just seems to be everywhere.
1-0-1.
There you go. You're talking about. I mean, the quick reflexes, able to dodge to the right, and that's, you know, of course, one of the risks if you're going after somebody's upper shoulder, upper chest.
Yeah,
they can move. That ball's going.
And Monsign's is a big target. I don't mind the idea to speed up in his direction, but he's so quick.
Towards Humberg right now.
Second serve. Two, 0-2. Side out.
You go. That time Humberg's the one ducking. Ball goes long. So obviously it was pretty lopsided in game #1. Do you have any idea of maybe in between points what Weinbach and Humberg are thinking to turn it around?
Well, I think they're settling into Dave playing on the left side a little bit more. I think there was some confusion there earlier. And they just have to play cleaner. They had way too many unforced errors in that first game. When I've been in that position, you know, frequently it's not a strategic change. It's just, hey, let's play cleaner. We're capable of playing with these guys.
Here's a look. She tries to go up and over, but Monsign's is there.
0-2-2.
She may have had a defensive play if she'd stayed in it.
Side out. Two, 0-1.
Giorgini lifts it to drop, makes her way up to the net, tries to attack, but
second serve.
Cat-like movement through the transition zone. She snuck in, got exactly what she wanted. Just not a lot of favor from the net.
2-0-2.
Reset, Dave goes. Hey, what's Weinbach doing right there?
Well, at the end, he's doing a great job of sliding out to the left in order to get as close to the net as possible.
0-2-1.
Not quite an Ernie, but just leveraging the rules to his favor.
Yeah. I thought we were going to have another moment last year. I think in the same actual pairing, the two of them, Simone ended up on the ground and continued to defend, and they won the point, but not this year.
Point.
Last game, Jardim did the around the post. This time it's Humberg going over and ultimately in her favor.
She did a great job of letting that ball get low. And players at home, let that ball get ankle high and hit it about ankle high. It'll work out for you. I would not suggest lobbing over on seams.
Game number 1. This is as far as they. No, actually one more point. Only got to 3. We'll see what can happen differently now.
Side out.
Not that.
Toughest shot in pickleball, that mid-court reset. Line back usually pretty buttery with it. Heavy slice return. And it made the difference. That ball just wants to dive off the paddle so quickly. Jardim and Onsiens normally do an excellent job lifting it over.
Crowd clapping, enjoying that moment.
Again, the patience, letting that ball get low, and the angle opens up. And then Onsiens doesn't overhit it. A lot of people are going to hit that one beyond the baseline. It was a good read from Onsiens. He actually committed too far.
Ultimately couldn't execute.
2-3-1.
So we have the side out going to Humberg serving. I don't know if any of those attempted overheads over him have worked so far in the match.
Well, Onsiens got the put away, but Jardim is the one to be credited for setting him up with a dinking style she pretty much invented for the sport. Leaning in, getting balls out of the air, and topspin rolling them. And there it is.
Yeah. Oh, rolls along. She's there, but it actually bounced back up into the net. So we're tied up.
Humberg's been losing those exchanges. That may be the only way to find success.
Here's a quick look. Franklin X40 instant replay. Yes, it just bounced the wrong way. At the
Unplayable.
Look at that. Look at that.
The control, too. Pretty much every other player on the planet hits that one 6 inches long.
3-3-1.
Onsiens serves to Weinbach, returning. Oh, nice. There she's still again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2 years in a row. Look at the Franklin X40 replay right here. She reaches, goes down.
But she's comfortable. She stays. She knows she's present.
She's really soft. She drops it.
Yeah.
4-3-1.
No panic.
Wow.
No
fantastic.
panic. Onsiens had 80% of the court, and she was ready for the rest.
Second serve.
And yes, absolutely crowd favorite for sure here in Naples, Florida. And they serve 4-3-2.
Side out. 3-4-1. Points.
Onsiens isn't traditionally going to see an effective backhand speed up like that from too many of his opponents.
4-4-1.
Humberg is uniquely skilled at that. and there it is.
Yeah, nice flick there. That's that up and over we were talking about earlier.
Without the severe brushing up over the back of the ball, that ball is going to find the net tape for just about everybody else.
5-4-1. Second serve.
This time into the net, forcing a second serve.
Yep. Weinbach tried to make a play
5-4-2.
on that and probably offered a brief apology to Humberg for some of his mid-court shenanigans. Speaking of shenanigans.
Speaking of shenanigans, much appreciation. Thank you, Ned. As we say, sometimes it gives, sometimes it takes away.
Timeout receivers.
With the Franklin X40 replay.
1 minute.
In addition, a timeout has been called, and so we'll take a Takea hydration break, and it bounces in as you see. Quick word from some of our sponsors, and be back in just a moment for more action.
Are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 26th to May 3rd, 2025.
So Scott, you were talking about the technique involved in what resulted in where that ball landed.
The left court at the end there looked like all luck, but Humberg's making a lot of her luck with that semi-western forehand grip that brushes up over the ball violently. She's producing so much topspin that first she gets the love from the net, and then it dips before the ball exceeds the baseline.
I'm going to recall.
Looking to the ref, they're going to be recalling the score.
6-4-2.
6-4-2.
Side out.
Just too big. Weinbach's got that first one all day, but not ready for the second.
4-6-1.
Oh, little paddle hit there.
And that's tricky because most of the time when Weinbach plays mixed, he's not going to have a partner putting a paddle in the middle there. That's Weinbach's ball.
And her, but also having such an amazing backhand.
That's why.
5-6-1.
It's like playing with a left-handed player.
Yeah. Chopping underneath and then over.
That ball's going into the first row, but Weinbach just couldn't get out of the way.
So 2 quick points on the board brings us back to tie game of 6-6.
That's an effective timeout.
Fall. Left foot. Push off.
Footfall called on Weinbach for pushing off.
Timeout receivers.
And with that, Humberg calls a quick timeout.
7-6-2.
For the first time in game number 2, they had a lead, but it's now gone. And we'll take a quick Takea hydration break.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Nature Made, the official vitamin of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Arnicare, fragrance-free pain and bruise relief. Up your game without the pain. Available where you shop. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official U.S. Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
So coming back from that timeout, just beforehand, a foot fault was called on Dave Weinbach. Specifically, this concept of pushing off, right? So not that they went in afterwards, but as the toe is on the line, as Scott, you were saying, you know, Dave's so aggressive at the line sometimes he's kind of quite frequently called for pushing off, getting that volley, and then ultimately it's a fault at the kitchen.
Yeah, he'll turn sideways and put his left foot in the kitchen and then not reestablish it back in the court before he hits the overhead.
Second serve. Seven, 6-2.
So moving to the second serve just after that timeout.
Side out.
The wind held that ball up just a little bit.
Yeah. So you often wonder sort of the timing in the cycle, but Mari Humberg back there setting up some of the Zing Zang bottles. Much appreciation to the sponsor, Zing Zang, for being a part of this tournament since the very, very beginning. Actually, I think, if I believe correctly, the very first sponsor of the US Open. Humberg leans to the left, avoids that ball, and now we are back tied up. That lead is gone. Very different game number 2 than game number 1.
Very close.
Second serve.
Humberg got exactly what she wanted. She was sitting, protecting her left shoulder, that inside shoulder. If it comes to her outside shoulder, she's going to let it fly. I don't think she'll miss the next one. This is the point construction Jardim and Onsines want.
Side out.
Simone's very, very comfortable with that forehand dink and not going to make a lot of mistakes.
7-7-1.
Keeping Onsines and Jardim back.
Heavy spin from Humberg.
Second serve.
Onsines tries to attack throughout the transition, and ultimately Humberg closes out. Quick Franklin X40 replay.
Yeah, and Humberg doesn't try to overhit that reset. She just gets it down.
Side out.
So with another quick serve, a side out was forced during the replay. And we're back with Humberg Weinbach serving. There's that dink session. Worked.
Eight, 7-1. Second serve.
Yeah, you know, over and over we hear the crowd go, oh, oh.
8-7-2.
It's quiet here. Zing Zang Championship Court is over the net, and she gets it back.
Just a little short.
Side out.
Wide ball, extremely low to the ground. She get her paddle on it, but can't quite get into the court, forcing that side out. But still, again, they have a 1-point lead. Nice angle and overhead right to the back corner. Quick look at the Franklin X40 replay.
And notice how Humberg gets this ball deep in the court. If it's much shallower, it's going to bounce up to Simone.
Oh.
Point.
So we're tied up once again.
8-8-2. Side out.
So Weinbach's first speed up there was not designed to win the rally. It was the first of a two-shot combo, and he was just sitting on the second count.
There's a look. There was just a finisher there.
Yeah, that's what he's anticipating. He doesn't drop his paddle. He keeps it up. He's ready for the next ball.
Second serve.
Jardim looks healthy and just so
8-8-2.
physically gifted. She gets low. Her flexibility is so important to getting those balls out of the air.
Dave gets it.
Two-shot combo again from Weinbach.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, we've talked about that a couple times during the week already. You know, once upon a time, everybody focuses just on the quote-unquote final hit, or they call it the winner, but it's really a combination.
9-8-2.
But at this point, 2 points away from claiming game number 2. Weinbach serves. Unfortunately, Humberg goes short into the net. With Jardim on scenes once again.
8-9-1.
Oh.
Point.
Simone Jardim able to get behind Humberg and go down
9-9-1.
the line. She serves tied up at 9-9. Oh, Dave gets aggressive
Got
and
exactly
goes
what he
way
wanted.
long.
Timeout
It almost
receiver,
hit the
10-9-1.
backdrop of the Margaritaville License to Chill Lounge. And with that, with game and match point on the line, a timeout is called, and we will take a Takea hydration break and be back to see who claims this match.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Fat Tire, crisp, clean, and refreshing. The perfect post-play beer. By Zing Zang, the #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. And by Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Well, as we come back to Zing Zang Championship Court, the stands are full and people are getting a brief moment to chat and catch their breath and maybe relax because the tension is building here. And game number 1, pretty quickly and easily almost, went to Jardim and Oncines, 11-3. But now we find ourselves at 10-9. Jardim and Oncines recently been back.
10-9-1.
And Simone serves for game and match point. Weinbach wasn't quite sure if he would get it, and just barely that hits the line with fist pumps and smiles. Simone Jardim and Jaime Oncines once again have a chance to claim gold here at the U.S. Open. So we have more matches that are coming along. We'll be working our way continually through the bracket, looking at the semis, but let's take a look here, Scott.
All 4 players did such a great job with these ATPs, letting that ball get super low and then not overhitting it.
Yeah, you got to wait just long enough. It's tricky, but didn't seem too tricky for Jaime Oncines. And we will see what's coming up next at Zing Zang Championship Court.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
With a look at Zing Zang Championship Court, we just saw some great gameplay as Simone Jardim and Jaime Oncines closed it out. Scott, look at some of the numbers there.
Well, just like the first game, I think the unforced errors were the difference. Down the stretch at 9-9, Humberg showed a little bit of her inexperience, missing a third, whereas Jardim and Oncines were covering the net clearly, getting the ball in play, and then letting the rally take place from there.
Yeah, and ultimately, again, Simone Jardim, the seasoned veteran, and Dave Weinbach, but the champions from last year are moving along to see if they can become champions again. We are going to take another break, and we'll be bringing you more action from the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. Time's been called. 0-0-2. First serve just went. We're coming back over here now as Alex Truong serves to Lee Whitwell. Just hits the net. Rolls down.
And so it begins.
So it begins. And expect to have a few playful comments coming from Lee Whitwell.
Point.
So as we come back here,
1-0-2.
game number 1 has just got started. We're 1-0-2. Stefan Andren serves.
Point. Mushy. Got it. Get rid of it.
So here we are, they're sort of checking the ball. Scott, you know, that toss in the air, people ask, what was just going on right there?
2-0-2.
So Stefan Andren serves to Andre Dascu.
Point.
Strong drive from the baseline. Whitwell goes to get it. Ultimately goes into the net. So we have had multiple serves early in game number 1. We're still at 0-0. Just in case you're brand new joining us, fewer and fewer people are new to pickleball, but just in case, you only score points on the serve. So you can have these great interchanges back and forth with no points. But right now, we are at 4-0 as the serve goes back to Whitwell Dascu. So Andre Stefan and Alex Truong with a 4-point lead. Another look. We've seen him here multiple times this week and last year. Andre playing with the Proton paddle. Now has some 2024 mixed pro split age, or sort of men's pro split age gold in his name.
Second serve.
But that one right there goes too long. Scott, you have two tall and athletic, sort of interestingly, the under 50 and the over 50 battling out, but it's a different mix-up than we've seen so far today.
We've been talking about the height and reach of the players all day, not by accident. That's where we are in the sport these days. I'm watching Truong going down Dascu's line. That may have been a good idea to do it at that point. 3 or 4 times already she's been looking to go behind Dascu, and that's clearly a plan for her and Andren. Try to keep him out of the middle, but I'm not sure how successful they'll be.
Here's a quick look at Alex Truong out of Salt Lake City playing with the Engage paddle. And coming back, the back and forth thinking, Whitwell.
If Dascu gets his paddle on the ball, he's likely going to win most of those rallies.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Saw them earlier today, Whitwell and Dascu dominating.
2-4-2.
As we see here now, making their way through the bracket.
Side out.
That one looked
very
pretty long.
deep serve.
I was going to say,
actually deep.
Out.
Yeah. From here, I was about to say that was out. And sure enough.
That's probably not our job, but it did appear to be long.
4-2-1. Second serve.
Second serve.
Let's see which one of them takes the third here. Andren has excellent drops, but also can be rather menacing in the mid-court if we allow Truong to drop.
Side out.
Alex Truong's game as many players has significantly proved. Just a little while ago, she was playing in next gen, sort of as a young up-and-comer.
2, 4,
Here she finds herself at the U.S. Open.
Point. Three, 4, 1.
So as Whitwell gets ready to serve. Comes across and still, oh my gosh. Rejected. Whitwell drops it. Andren almost gets it over the net. The crowd, though, lets out the ooh, and then the round of applause. And we find ourselves tied up.
We do see those double Ernies a little more frequently these days. Andren stayed calm and was able to play another ball from the side of the court.
Second serve. 4, 4, 2. Point. Timeout, receivers, 5, 4, 2.
So after having a strong lead, quickly finding themselves upside down now, a timeout has been called, which means we will take a Takea hydration break.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Welcome back once again to Zing Zang Championship Court. As you see Stefan Andren and Alex Truong sitting there in the booth chatting a little bit after calling a timeout. Again, early on in game number one, Scott, they were dominating, might not be the word, but leading and controlling, and things have changed a little bit.
Well, we saw the same out of Whitwell and Diasco early. It started a little bit slow, and then they found their rhythm and have kind of rolled from there. They are the strong favorites, both by the seating committee and in my opinion, and Andren and Truong are going to have to find a way to penetrate the strategies that Diasco and Whitwell have right now. They're just playing their game. Diasco's getting big, Whitwell making a lot of resets, and there's not a lot of options for Andren and Truong right now.
And we are actually noticing the wind picking up again. At some point, maybe we can get a shot of those flags. You can see Whitwell's hair blowing around a little bit. And again, it's a plastic ball with holes in it, so it is impacted by wind more than some other sports. Big Ernie there.
Yeah, that's a pattern play. Diasco is expecting that to happen. He's probably even visualized it before the rally started.
6, 4, 2.
Comes up in the middle. Truong takes it, heats it up.
Side out.
And there you go. So after down 2 points, 6, the serve comes back to Truong and Andren.
4, 6,
as
1.
Alex Truong serves 4, 6.
Second serve.
Diasco gets the ball, then hands it back.
4, 6, 2.
Just at the baseline return. Oh, that was a little tough.
Yeah, and that's where some of that confusion comes in as to which one of them is going to take the third. Andren's very accustomed to doing that and has beautiful drives and drops, but Truong is trying to play aggressive in the middle, and that's just going to confuse the situation. I think they need to decide which one of them is going to be the alpha in the middle.
Second serve.
Deep return like that is going to help turn the tide.
Right.
6, 4, 2.
So forcing a second serve. See if they can hold them.
Point.
Such composure from Whitwell.
Yeah, a little earlier on, jumping across the corner worked for Andren, but not this time. from being on the defensive, they're now up 3 points. Little conversation going on between Trong and Andren. Scott, what are they thinking?
Well, Andren frequently can get away with that dink. It was just up a little, but at the senior level, again, he may not be punished for getting that dink up a little bit, but now he's playing against one of the best in the world. Again, it's kind of the beauty of this format.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Keeping them back multiple times, couldn't quite make their way up to the net.
Yesterday I had the chance in the split age men's to play against both Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. And as a senior pro player, they're just doing things we don't expect, we don't see frequently on the senior tour. That's what's happening to Stefan right now.
But this time he heats it up towards Whitwell. And they get a point.
Which rarely works, but I applaud them for trying.
Second serve.
As you were talking about earlier, you'd like to see her kind of go down the line over on that side. A little pop on the net ultimately.
She was having a little success with that earlier. I think that's a good play. She just overhit it. Diascu is going to be leaning right toward the middle at all times.
Yeah.
Like that.
Side out.
Down the line won't get her hurt.
Yeah, but that, you know, that was like right mid-body, right to his forehand. Yeah, that's the shot that you're like, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
That's frustration. It's going for a little bit too much.
Point.
So we're also starting to see some more errors from Trong and Andren. You think
9-5-1.
the mental is getting stuck here a little bit?
Well, I think perhaps with Stefan a little bit, and then Trong's trying to make up for it. Again, it's the unique dynamic here. We've got the young pro in Trong, who's just in her teens, looking to step up and do what the young pros are supposed to do in this split age. They've switched sides. Normally you'd put the 6'4" Swede on the left, but Trong is trying to leverage her youth and athleticism here.
Pushing him way over around the post. He defends it, but ultimately Whitwell closes it out.
Rusty, we're really getting an ATP and ATP defense clinic here today.
And as they find themselves at 10 with game point, we have a moment to take a Takea hydration break.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
Well, welcome back here. As you can see, the stands are filled. People are enjoying the shade and the breeze here at Zing Zang Championship Court. Once again, we've been saying it all week long. Special thank to Collier County, Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast, for investing in the sport, investing in the community, and really impacting the world, as well as, again, some of our many title sponsors, so that all these people here, you know, Minto and Margaritaville and Franklin, Paddle Tech, Takea, you know, it's a great opportunity, and there's a community that has built over the years of people seeing themselves year after year after year, both the players and the sponsors and the fans. So game point, Diascu serves.
And they switched Andren back on the left, which if they're going to win, I think they're going to have to explore that pattern.
But right there, Andren frustrated for putting that up a little too high. Diascu easily puts it away with a brief celebration. Oh, they're coming up here. Thank you. Touching paddles, appreciating smiles. And we'll be moving on to game number 2. See Whitwell, Diascu continue. One last look at a Franklin X40 replay. Yeah, frustration, but that gives us a time for a break before we see more action.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
So as we come back from a quick break, there's Alex Truong, who's getting ready to see if she can turn things around with her partner, Stefan Andran, who's also in the white coming out of the court. Game number 1 went 11-5, and there's some stats there, Scott.
Well, Whitwell and Diascu are certainly controlling the action. I'm curious during the break if Andran tapped into some of the.
Look at that right there.
Yeah, Whitwell and Diascu are just playing really good ball right now.
Yeah, I mean, just the angle, but even just the soft placement there was just sort of like, I think I'm just going to put this over here on the left of the court, please. At times drives it a little wide outside.
Second serve.
Yeah, Andran's part of a squad up in the Pacific Northwest led by Travis Rude, really savvy coach. He works with Eric Lang and Wes Gabrielson and some other top players. High IQ for pickleball. Let's see if Andran can figure out the puzzle here.
Point.
Ultimately, you get that hands battle in the back and forth, and again, I mean, just even. It's so exciting. You see someone come in year number 1, they're amazing, and then year number 2, they're even more. The learning curve and the skill acquisition from some of these newer players. I mean, Diascu's pretty new. We just saw it even earlier. Mari Humberg, 18 months into the sport.
Side out.
Both male players using their reach and committing to backhand, which just has a little bit more reach and length to it.
0,
Leaning into
2,
the
1.
kitchen, getting those out of the air.
Point.
Literally call. Taking his time, going to get the ball.
1, 2, 1. Second serve.
Again, I like Truong taking thirds there. She's got that really nice two-handed backhand, and then Andran can read the quality of that third and really pressure
1, 2,
Whitwell
2.
and Diascu with his presence in the midcourt.
Side out.
I think Andran, the little celebration jump at first, thought it was in, was called out. So the serve comes back to Whitwell. Little bobble over the net, handled. Back and forth with Truong and Whitwell.
And that's the difference there with Truong, you know, not being one of the taller players and using her forehand there. That ball just got a little low. And her shot sailed long.
Point.
Here's a quick Franklin X40 replay. Goes wide. Point already underway. This time, Dayusko can't handle it. She puts on some pressure. We'll see if young Alex Truong continues to go after the big man. Oh, rolls of the net, back over.
Whitwell threatens Ernie.
Again.
And she does again. And
two
will
in
she
a row.
stay
Almost,
out?
yeah. Almost kind of bobbles in. Dayusko pushes her back out. There she goes. Let's take a quick look. Franklin X40 replay comes across. Maybe I'll do it. No, let me come back. Oh, yeah, I'll do it again. Bobble, wave. Oh, you see Andrew a little frustrated, but ultimately, there you go. So another timeout has been called, which means another Takea hydration break. Special thank you to Takea, and we'll be back to see what happens here at the Open.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, save the date, April 26th to May 3rd, 2025.
Okay. So welcome back. We are in game number 2. An apology going out. I've heard it both ways, but it's sorry. I've been saying Truong instead of Trong, Alex. And both she and her partner, Stefan Andren, came out stronger and are trying to turn the tide.
I don't know if they got their signals crossed as to whether they were switching or it was just a fantastic fake, but the two of them were in the I formation right down the middle there for a bit.
100 serves.
Second serve.
So, yeah, that reach, you know, going down the middle with his forehand there
1-5-2.
is difficult.
Side out.
I mean, you only have so many options.
Yeah, again, that middle ball is a ball that Andren is very accustomed to handling, and Trong is asserting herself in the middle with her two-hander, but there's just a little confusion. Again. Yeah, Trong decided to slide right that time in order to try to counter with her backhand, and Andren sort of left a little more room there. I think normally he would be there.
Yeah, Dayusko able to place it deep in the court for the winner.
6-1-1.
Little bobble over the net. Dayusko comes up.
Timeout. Receivers.
And a quick another timeout called. And we'll take another Takea hydration break. And, you know, ultimately, yeah, you got to do something. So let's call another timeout and see what happens.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Nature Made, the official vitamin of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Arnicare, fragrance-free pain and bruise relief. Up your game without the pain. Available where you shop. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official U.S. Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
So coming back with a little bit of a look at downtown, you know, in addition to the beaches, downtown Naples has some great places to eat, some great places to shop. Many people come here for so many different reasons to enjoy their time together. And we are happy to be enjoying our time together here at East Naples Community Park as we see some great pickleball. And with a strong 7-1 lead. And that's not going to help any more. So we've got 2 timeouts called in a row.
8-1-1.
Ultimately now, Whitwell Diascu is 3 points away from closing out the semi.
Point.
And that's just a frustration pull from Trong, you know, speeding up. I don't think we see that at the beginning of the match. They're just looking for any possibility.
9-1-1.
Diascu serves at 9 to Andren.
Second serve.
Going back to where she started, behind Diascu.
Yeah, and I mean, he typically he runs across and almost hits it the other way sometimes with his reach, but that time didn't work. Keeping him back, but he will.
Point.
Well, Andren's familiar with that shot. It's something
Andrew
he
just went
has
up to the
himself.
net. I think he thought that was the match point, but they have another chance, 10-1.
I don't think he was conceding. I just think he misplaced the score in his
Yes,
head.
no, that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah. Oh, he dodges to see, and it just lands in the back of the court. And so the victory goes to Whitwell and Diascu, which means they're going to be moving on to a gold match. And so we have another semi coming through that we'll be seeing, and then eventually finding out who gets to claim the title of champion at the U.S. Open. And with a look at the Franklin X40 replay, Chuan comes down. Yeah. I mean, it was close. You're inches away from that moment. It's a hard ball to judge.
Whitwell just sitting on that speed up.
And it was judged wrong, but we will take a quick break and be back with another match.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the.
I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to number 1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
people play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
So as we come back with a look at some of the other courts just outside of Zing Zang Championship Court, you can see the blue cover on the left. Again, if you're here at any time during the year, this is a public facility, an amazing place with 64 permanent DecoTurf surface courts. A place like no other in the world, actually. More and more amazing facilities are being built, but again, you can come to Naples, Florida for the U.S. Open, enjoy some great play, and you can come any other time in the year and play with friends and have great clinics and lessons. It's just fascinating. But a quick look here at some of the stats from the last match. Stefan Andren and the unforced differential there, Scott, it kind of just didn't go in their favor. But also, this time compared to some of our other matches, you had a lot more outright winners.
I think a lot of those came from some frustration pulls or showing a lack of patience on speeding up. And Whitwell and Daskew were just sitting on some of those counters, and those count as outright winners.
Yeah, and there's some times where they got some of those big runs, and ultimately they just claim the victory. So we will see who win golds later here, but we're going to take another break and hear from some of the amazing sponsors who make this possible. welcome back. You have just actually seen Stefan Andren and Alex Trong here, but we are in a new game. 1 to 15 just started. Now this team will be working their way through the consolation bracket to see if they can ultimately get a bronze. They are playing against, in the far court, Kargas and Onsines. Nice.
And you're not seeing things. This is Jaime Onsine's son, Eric, even more athletic than his dad, even if an inch or two shyer.
1-0-1.
Ball goes wide. Chris Kargas, a significant veteran, I think, has been playing pickleball the longest out of people here.
Onsine showing no sign of nerves with his first appearance on center court.
3-0-1. Point.
So 4 quick points on the board.
4-0-1.
But this is going to 15, not 11.
Second serve.
That ball called.
Well, I've been in Andren and Trong's shoes before, and it would be critical to get off to a good start here to try to shake their memory of their last loss. But thus far, that hasn't happened.
Another athletic move by Onsines going their way. As we're now up at 5 in a row. So what point, 5 quick points on the board, do you call a timeout?
At this point is when I would have.
5-0-2. Side out.
Karjas showing what she does best. She is a defensive specialist, adding firepower to her game, but still one of the best, if not the best, resetters, defensive players in the senior game.
Point.
Now with their first point on the board, we'll see if they can have a 5-point run in this exchange.
1-5-1. Second serve.
That is not going to help.
1-5-2. Point.
Well, that's what Andren and Trong need to do if they can get that ball to bounce in front of Onsines. He's not showing a whole lot of interest in dinking. He's playing a very modern power pickleball game.
Yeah. Coming across, all the way across the court.
Side out.
Yeah, I mean, they're heating it up, but ultimately not able to finish it out after those 3 rapid hits in succession going to the net. Kargas gets it. Nice angle by Andren, and Chuang keeps it going and ultimately sends us a second serve.
5-2-2.
Oh. They're laughing, but obviously take a quick look here. Franklin X40. I mean, it's where, how far do you go? Your partner got it, right? I mean, he's probably never played with Chris, perhaps?
Well, Chris is, as I said, such a great defensive specialist, so poised. She made the play. Onsines was just unable to get out of the way. And I have but a tenth the athleticism of Onsines, but I have had to apologize to my mixed partners for some of my extra shenanigans when I come over to their side looking to make a play, but sometimes I'm unable to get a paddle on the ball.
Side out.
Trong is a streaky player. If she can get a couple of points together, she'll get fiery, and we'll see some of her best play.
Ball goes just long. So 5-2-2. A little bit of playful action happened there as Huntsins tries to wave the ball over, and Andren jokingly tries to wave it back. Nice around the post. Unable to return by Huntsins, and so that 5-0 lead is now just 2-point differential.
Huntsins had a good read on it. I'd just like to see him back up off the line a little bit to help his angle.
Second serve.
Yeah, that's hard.
That's fine. 3-5-2. Side out.
Trong trying to force the action and sneak in, but Kargis was just able to find her feet, which is always a good play.
5-3-1. Second serve.
But off to a slow lead. I mean, it's off to a slow start. They're seemingly able to stop the momentum overall.
And there's some of that new firepower from Kargis. That is not usually part of her repertoire to go ahead and speed that up. But
a quick Franklin X40 look. Yep.
Yeah. Caught Andren by surprise. He's not expecting that from Kargis. She's had to fine-tune her game.
6-3-2.
Nice play. She's looks like she's heating it up a little intensity. Sometimes, you know, known for saying stay mean. And right here, both to the left and the right, puts it away.
3-6-1. Point.
Good duck by the tall Stefan there. Ball goes long.
Feeling the momentum swinging Andren and Trong's way a little bit. Let's see if they can put together a couple of points, force a timeout.
Oh, that was so pretty. Huh?
Trong wants the crowd to share in her excitement for that incredible Ernie.
Yeah, here we take a look. Franklin X40 replay.
With the forehand side of her paddle.
Just right down.
I think it kissed off the net.
I know. That, like, there was no room there.
Second serve.
That was a key point. They needed that to keep the momentum going.
5-6-2.
Still in it, serving. Well done. Yeah, you were talking about she can kind of get streaky, and right now it feels like things are just coming together for her.
And there they go.
And going from 5-0 to now tied up 6-6, or sorry, leading by 1, 7-6. And it hits the bag with a big yell. The crowd clapping. See some stuff happening here. And as you sort of predicted, let's see if they can get some points and force a timeout. And certainly one has been called. A quick Franklin X40 replay. And the yell, which means timeout time and a Takea hydration break and some word from our fantastic sponsors. We'll be back in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Fat Tire, crisp, clean, and refreshing. The perfect post-play beer. By Zing Zang, the #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. And by Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
So coming back to Zing Zang Championship Court, you can feel an energy shift that has happened here. Well, we're in the middle of a back draw, working our way to 15, and starting off very slow. Trong and Andren were down 0 to 5, 5-point lead, and all of a sudden, really quickly, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points in a row in that last interchange. Still with the serve, forcing that timeout. So Trong, she's just on fire right now.
And her energy is what we need to watch. I mean, her body language was starting to get a little bit slumped and head down. And when she puts together a couple of points in a row, and we get that patented Trong, scream of joy, then they can put together a whole bunch of points in a hurry.
And so right now, Trong just served. Kargas returned. That one, she smiled. She knew that one was a little high.
But that's the body language I want to see from her. She's smiling. She's engaged with the crowd. We didn't see those teeth for about an hour.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that results in the side out serve coming over. Chris Kargas serves back to Alex Trong. Fast interchange between two young partners. Again, we are in this unique split age bracket with over 50 and under 50.
Second serve.
Getting that ball down was the key to Kargas. She can't go through them, but she can get it down.
Side out.
Yeah. On scenes is constantly moving, jumping left and right, full court coverage just there.
Almost too athletic.
Yeah. Andre with a little finger point and a fist pump. And there is, look at the Franklin X40 replay here. He comes across and then goes all the way back the other way.
Andrew makes that play because he's been on the other side before. He's always looking to jump across and anticipated it beautifully.
And reaching, not able to quite get it. But yeah, you can feel even the energy in here, the excitement the crowd's feeling as well.
9-7-2.
Andren serves. Kargas gets her paddle on it. Reaching. That's the defense you were talking about.
That was in the brochure.
Quick shout out to your community in Boulder at your facility who's apparently watching. We'll say hi in a second.
Second serve.
There you go, Scott. Who do you want to say hi to?
Hey, Boulder Pickleball. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks, Carrie, for running the show while I'm here working with Rusty.
Now we're back with Kargas serving to Trong. And on scenes puts it away. Quick look at the Franklin X40 replay.
8-9-2.
There it is.
Great footwork.
people.
Incredible.
Here's a quick look.
981.
Andrew prioritizes place over pace on that last one. No need to go through them. Just hit it where they're not.
Barely over the net, and he gets it back. And again, oh. No matter what, the crowd is enjoying this. Another quick look. Dives, but just a little too high. Big celebration by Onsines.
Loving Onsines' enthusiasm out here. Great energy.
Well, you know, he's doing it with a big smile instead of a growl, which is kind of nice, right? You know, there's a recognition, I think, of all players trying to both be competitive and have fun.
Let's see if we can see it on this point as well. Onsines' off-ball movement is really impressive. And there you have it. Onsines is giving Trong and Andren something to think about as they get ready to dink. He's in the middle, he's not in the middle, he's baiting down the line, he's covering down the line. Off-ball movement with an athlete like Onsines is really difficult to play against.
And then we're tied up now.
991.
Oh, the curve on that serve.
Crafty.
Yeah. Here we are. Oh, I was about to say game point, where we're going to 15 because we are in the back. So another timeout has been called. Takea hydration break, and we will see who comes out on top in a moment.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Special thank you once again to all the sponsors. The one you saw there at the very end, margaritavilleresorts.com, but Margaritaville in general. You can see in the back underneath the flags the Margaritaville License to Chill Lounge. So sponsoring in general, but also kind of some extra seats there for people to enjoy some of the beverages and some of the community and the fun. But here, Zing Zang Championship Court, the crowd is really enjoying this time here, Scott, as we've really seen the gameplay heat up. Again, you're seeing a score of 10-9, but we're going all the way to 15 because we're working our way through the consolation bracket to see who can claim bronze.
Quality of play is super high the last half dozen points.
Second serve.
That movement you were talking about, but ultimately
he had the open court. He got just what he wanted.
Just a little too long.
9-10-1.
Andren and Kargas with a nice little interchange there.
Andren sorry, but not that sorry.
So 10-10.
10-10-1.
Oh, there you go, a little too high. Kargas putting her hand up saying, my bad, but.
Happens to all of us, but yeah, a little bit of pressure here at 10-10.
Here it is, that replay.
11-10-1.
Yeah.
When you got a 6'4" Swede in front of you, sometimes that's a little extra pressure.
Second serve.
That time coming across.
She's still trying to make things happen in the middle.
Yeah.
That two-hander is really savvy.
A little high, she keeps it in play. Till that one you can't. Chris Kargas serves to Stefan Hondren. Oh, another little drop over the net. We've seen a number of those. It seems so easy, right? You know?
I had a really good look at Stefan's eyes, and before Onsines even put a paddle on it, he rolled them and knew he made the mistake.
Here we come. Franklin X40 replay.
There's that off-ball movement from Onsines again. He juked to the middle, made it look like the outside was open, and then closed that door.
So with that potential shift in momentum, looks like Jardim and Trong have called a timeout. See if they can stop this. And we'll take a TK hydration break, but we won't stop because we're coming back.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
So as we come back with a look at the crowd there and the bleachers, you know, on both sides, this is normally there's 5 courts inside this area, but for this week, you can see actually some of the blue under there. Now they set up these bleachers, take over some of the other courts and turning into the Zing Zang Championship Court. We have literally people from all over the world here in Naples, but also all over the world watching online. So thank you so much. New Zealand and Florida and Texas and California, the US, Canada, Puerto Rico, the UK. And with a fist pump coming from the Brazilian family on the other side, the Swede. You know, pickleball is so international now.
Rusty, normally do not recommend a 5th and a 7th shot drive from the transition zone, but Onsines has such great control with his net clearance and topspin that it's working for him.
Oh, a little drip over the net.
That's what Kargas is known for. And there it was.
He's talking back to his dad outside the court. His father-son dialogue going back and forth in between.
They had a nice run together in the men's split age yesterday. That's got to be a lot of fun for a dad.
Yeah, he's just driving everything.
Yeah. Keeping a semi-western forehand grip right from his tennis racket and finding just enough purchase on that Franklin X40.
And a game point coming up right now.
There it is.
He saw it coming, He's giving a chest pump to his dad for the celebration. And some great play. Both
plays to the crowd.
Again.
Rusty, I don't think this is the last time we're going to see Eric Onsines on center court.
I do not. He's celebrating with his partner Chris with a bow to her, recognizing that it is a teamwork. But the energy, let's take a quick look at the Franklin X40 replay. Drive. And he sees it right there, comes across. You can see him there. Hey, Dad, I did it. A lot of fun things happening here in Naples, Florida. And as we've seen this great backdraw match, we're going to see more in the winner's bracket as well. So everybody, stay around. We'll be back in a moment after this word from some of our sponsors.
You know that I feel
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
Welcome back with another beautiful look at the coastline here in Naples, Florida. You can see what's fantastic is the beach on the left, and then the water that comes in earlier today. We saw some people kayaking. And now we're coming into, once again, I've said it over and over again, Zing Zang Championship Court. And Zing Zang, because Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, they've been a sponsor of this tournament ever since the very beginning in 2016. And once again, we have some familiar faces. We are going to see some stuff coming up, but we're going to try to take a quick look at some of the stats from the last match. That was going through the back draw, working their way to try to make bronze. Strong and Andrin fighting against Kargas and Onscenes. And yes, so we're about to see Dad Onscenes, but we saw the son coming in, and really, I think, a new crowd favorite with some energy. Ultimately, Unforced Heirs, even though they had more, the outright winners significantly on top. And so the energy, the athleticism, ultimately of Onscenes came through. Alex Trong had a great run there in the middle, and we thought it was going to turn around, but ultimately they couldn't close it out. So now as we come back, you see Jaime Onscenes there, and his partner will be Simone Jardim. Last year, the two of them claimed gold, the two Brazilians, former tennis players as well, with the sort of rainbow head sweats champions hat, Andre Diascu, and his partner Lee Whitwell. All four of these players have been out here before. They're familiar with Championship Court. They're taking a moment with the referee going through the last looks, checking the paddles. Looks like Andre might be considering using 2 paddles during the match, and so that is possible as long as all those paddles are checked and legal and authorized. So here's another quick look at some of Andre's achievements, and he has done many things and keeps climbing throughout the entire pickleball world, but specifically last year, getting 2 champions titles, and Simone, 2-time Triple Crown champion, 13-time US Open champion in singles and doubles, pro mixed, and as many people saw her as like the great woman and icon in the sport of pickleball. It'll take a long time for many people to accomplish as many things and medals as she has. And so we're excited, Scott, to be looking at this gold medal match here.
And to follow up on what you said, Rusty, I mean, Simone's to be credited with really changing the game across the board. So many women and men play the game the way they do because of watching Simone's videos, watching her championship caliber play over the last several years, and just really glad and cherishing, the moments that we have a chance to see her on Zing Zang Center Court.
Well, even one simple little thing, which I kind of attribute to her, obviously it's gone beyond that, but there was a time in which two-handed backhands were a no-no in pickleball back in, 2013, 14, 15, and then here comes this young person coming in to play nationals. She had on some of her Michigan State apparel because she wasn't sponsored or anything, and she comes in and she just starts ripping these backhands, two-handed backhand, ripping these two-handed backhands over and just dominated. And now you see men and women with the two-handed backhand. I mean, people literally were told, I won't be your partner with that two-handed backhand, and now nobody's going to say that.
And now it's very surprising to see, especially in the women's game, a player without a two-handed backhand, and we've got one right across the net from her in Lee Whitwell, who comes from pro tennis and has, a lefty game, just an incredible backhand reset. Just as we just saw Chris Kargas in the last match, Lee Whitwell has been, one of the best defensive players, just an all-around crafty game. So these two women, Simone and Lee Whitwell, have really left their mark on the game.
Yeah, and again, as we said, the two-handed backhand with the women, but also, many other male players are, known for playing almost constantly, even two-handed forehands, right? So we have yet to see the ultimate pinnacle and the ultimate level of play and strategy, and, so many other sports have had, decades or a century of science and assessment. Pickleball's still new at this high level, and people are figuring out what is the absolute best way. And some of these players are paving that road, and certainly this event that was created by Chris Evon and Terry Graham, coming back way back in 2014 and 15 as they were researching, thinking, I believe we can take this to a whole nother level. And not only did they do that with the pro category, you know, coming up and say, we want to have a champion who's totally, completely undefeated, a true top-tier champion, and eventually separating out the pro bracket. I mean, saying you can't play both, either you're pro or not. But then they also said, let's elevate what an event is, not just a tournament, but an event, and that's what the U.S. Open is, and you've been here a lot.
And it's my favorite tournament of the year for all of the reasons that you talked about. This venue is remarkable in the sport. And just to follow up on what we were saying earlier about the level of play we've been able to see the last several years, we have an incredible influx of athletes. A very high percentage coming from Division I college tennis backgrounds. At the same time, we've seen development in the equipment. I think we're still in that window where the equipment is accentuating the athletes. But now, coming on the heels of these veterans, we're starting to see pickleball specialists coming up in their teens. Someone like Georgia Johnson, who doesn't have a tennis background. She is a pure pickleball player. Dylan Frazier, who we saw here on Zing Zang Center Court last night, no tennis background. So even though at the top of the game it's primarily tennis, as the years go by, more and more young pickleball specialists coming into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw just a moment ago there, again, we're looking at Simone Jardim, but a little earlier we saw that nice view of Player Village, and the facility is much bigger than where we are. You know, you look outside, there's courts everywhere. There's courts back behind Margaritaville Licensed to Chill Lounge, and courts, 64 permanent courts. And here's another view of that Athletes Village, and you can see what's so great at the U.S. Open. They let everybody bring their tents and literally create these homes for a week. People will come here and say, this is where we're going to hang, this is where we're going to meet, and they really can enjoy the space. And it's so friendly and so community focused. But now that community is turning to specifically these 4 pros who are going to see who can go home with the U.S. Open Championship.
This is going to be a slugfest.
Point.
Just wide, but I like the idea right behind Andre. That space will be open if she can find it.
Little drip over the net. Lee says, oh, haven't you heard? I love to go over there. And shout out to Ernie Perry, the original Ernie. Nothing to do with Sesame Street, just in case you're wondering. Up in the Pacific Northwest, Ernie made that shot famous. Thank you, Ernie, for all you've done for the sport. And Whitwell serves. Let's score a 2-0.
Side out.
Ultimately in the net,
Same
side
player.
out. Yep.
Same player. Whitwell's really cleaned up her footwork on that Ernie. She's so inclined to go there. And a year or two ago was leaving 1 foot behind, and now she's getting 2 established just outside the court.
Second server.
Nice little interchange. Ultimately, though, rejected into the net. Second server over there. Backing up. Yeah, they pushed him back there. And ultimately, then he's just like, well, go to the side now.
Yeah, and it helps to be 6'4", 6'5", to angle that ball off the way that he did. Diascu had to guess, and he guessed wrong.
And you see it right there with the Franklin X40 replay. Coming back after the serve. Diascu all the way over. Jardim comes across the cover.
There it is again. I think Onsine's picked up that flying Ernie from his son Eric, who showed us 4 or 5 examples of that. Right there at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
2-2-2.
The high 5 between Jardim and Onsine's. Come back. Just long.
2-2-1.
Oh, he got what he wanted.
Second server.
Yeah.
Again, players watching at home, you can see these pros are willing to hit their thirds a little high and a little deep, knowing that they and their partner can play defense on the 5th and 7th. They do not put a lot of them into the net.
Yeah, yeah.
Point.
Oh, little off-ball movement from Diascu. I think Gonsine's caught it out of the corner of his eye, and it made a difference.
3-2-2. Side out.
Another moment going to side out.
2-3-1.
Early on in game number 1 of this gold match. There she goes again.
Oh, I think we've got a foot fault call.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah, well, staring her down, I don't think it's going to make any difference.
I don't know if we have video challenge. Gail. Do we have video challenge? Do we have video challenge? We do not. No.
Well, questioning that foot fault, wondering about a video challenge, which we don't have. And
3-3-1.
there's not a lot of that on a foot fault anyway.
And we move on.
Move on.
Second server.
Quick look at a Franklin X40 replay. Coming all the way across.
3-3-2.
Jardine having to cover, but can't quite get there.
That is the case where that two-hander cost her a little bit when it came to reach.
Side out.
Yeah, that's right. So now tied up at 3-3.
3-3-1.
Deep in the court. Crowd gasping. Unseen's thinking about the Ernie.
I think his son inspired him.
Football.
Oh, another foot fault call.
Got a foot fault called.
Your left foot crossed over the line on the finish.
Well, letting out some exclamations.
It was your left foot that crossed over.
Says it's rubbish. Foot fault called on Diascu.
Yes, we are.
Putting his hat back on. I'm not sure if he's about to call a timeout.
Certainly looks like it.
The replay here. Wonder if we can see the kitchen camera or not, if we have a moment.
He wants a different referee.
Yeah, they gave a hand clap, but it was called, so maybe we have a moment from the other angle. All right, so ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, that's the part with the referees. That's their primary job. During the moment, they're not looking left and right so much. They're keeping their eyes on that non-volley zone line. That's the whole point. And I think sort of there's been an interruption in the play, and we might have an opportunity to take a hydration break. And it looks like we ultimately play will resume in just a moment.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
So as we come back here, we have a tie game of 3-3. Again, as a reminder, most of the people who are watching here are passionate pickleball players, and they understand the significance of foot faults up at the line. Actually, we made some, there's been some videos made trying to explain it and how it works. And a number of these have been called based upon people pushing off, or, you know, if those volleys are hit. But at the end of the day, the referee is primarily looking where, Scott?
Well, sometimes it can be maddening when they don't help you with a line call because they are so focused on the feet at the non-volley zone. That's their primary objective. And I have to tell you, I've never seen a referee overturn a kitchen foot fault call just due to the protestations of the players.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard. In the background, we have some clapping. I think the veterans in the area have been recognized, and even you see Diesco and Whitwell applauding those who have served. But yes, ultimately, it's kind of a catch-22 because a lot of the players that say, oh, there's a ball down the, did you see that baseline, or did you see it on the sideline left or right, and they'll complain that they didn't see it. But you're saying at the same time, that's not their job. Their job is to be looking at that non-volley zone line. And ultimately, in this scenario, referee said there was a fault. I think just the frustration, there's been 2 in a row by Whitwell and Diesco. But again, at the end of the day,
Whitwell looks like she's calling the refs back out. She appears to be ready to move on, which is how I would advise her.
So there's some, again, some dialogue. Even the players kind of coming around. You know, things can get heated up, and sometimes even the players talk to one another and say, hey, okay, guys, let's, you know, let's get back into place. And every event, every tournament has slightly different interplay, and then every even tour, you know, the rules are kind of changing a little bit. Ultimately, you know, those rules are set up through the governing body, USA Pickleball, and there are modifications to those rules periodically to bring greater clarification. Line calls has always been a hot one. Certainly, as prize money increases, as the value of championships increase, and again, the US Open is one that people would like to claim. And the opinions get a little bit more opinionated, I imagine.
It looks to be that calm heads are prevailing. I've seen Lee and
the crowd, yes, after some frustrations periodically in the week, the crowd is applauding the idea to kind of come back together and continue.
3 on this side. All right, 3-3-2. All right, let's resume play.
Yeah, and just a shout out to the referees. These people are not paid like professional referees in other sports, and you know, so much they're giving of their time and they're serving. So thank you so much to the refs, and in particular her as well. It's a tough job.
Side out.
Quick little interchange ultimately goes wide, forcing that side out, then coming back to Georgina Onsines. Onsines serves to Diesco. Oh, he was heating that up, going for, like you said earlier, he is a bigger target, and just
great pickup from Jardine.
Quick look into the
see this soft hands.
Oh, look at that get from Simone.
Not her first time doing that.
Second server.
Going on. Finding the ball back in the corner. Bring it back. That's one thing they do, to keep that same ball as much as possible, as long as possible in pickleball. Oh.
Side out.
And that's a play for Onsines that works regularly for him at the senior level. That ball comes back. The reflexes aren't quite as fast at that level. So he looked a little surprised when Diesco brought that ball back to him. Just a little deep. It was there.
Yeah, well, you know, you wonder just enough wind. You can see even her hair kind of blowing intermittently. Just enough to turn an in ball.
Yeah, that's back
a few inches. Lob handled by Whitwell. Another lob handled by Onsines, and too much for Diascu. And we're tied up.
4-4-2.
Whitwell.
Point.
The court is only 20 feet wide. There's not a lot of open room when you've got somebody like Diascu covering it like that.
5-4-2.
And he hasn't done that much so far in this game.
Point.
It's almost like he's progressively revealing, oh, here's another strategy, here's another strategy.
Well, that's why Jardim's finding a little bit of room behind him, but she has to make it find the court.
6-4-2. Point.
And Andre, not just a power
receivers.
player. I mean, he is known as one of the
1
best
minute.
droppers. Great soft touch.
So with a few quick points in a row, Jardim and Onsines are looking to stop the momentum, and they will call their timeout, give us a Takea hydration break, and a word from some amazing companies that are supporting pickleball.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Coming back, we have Whitwell ready to serve. Diascu and Whitwell kind of gaining some momentum here. A number of quick points on the board. If you're just joining us, thank you for being part of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Literally people from around the world online, as well as here in Naples. Smart little placement there. Not too hard. You were talking about placement over power earlier, Scott.
Yeah, and it didn't work for me all that well yesterday against Dylan Frazier. He seemed to be just about everywhere.
Jardim going to Whitwell. Dribbles over the net. Diascu clearly trying to get involved.
And he does.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a quick look. The final put away. Serve at 4-7-2. Diascu up at the net again. This time.
That's a rare show of impatience from Diascu.
5-7-2.
Oh. All the way across. Whitwell goes. Little backhand from his left shoulder.
Another bit of an ill-advised speed up from Diascu. I don't think that's what he needs to be doing here.
Take a moment here to look. And he kind of went Jardim back to Whitwell. Ultimately, Onsines puts it away. After the serve, we're trying to do the Ernie, but back to Simone.
Whitwell did her job. She covered the middle, just couldn't get her feet under her.
1 minute.
So after Jardim and Onsines tie it up, the team of Diascu Whitwell call a timeout. We will take a Takea hydration break.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
So special thank you again to the many companies who have been a part of the U.S. Open. Some new, some old. Paddle Tech there, the official paddle of the U.S. Open ever since its inception in 2016. You can get a commemorative paddle from them, as well as so many amazing things. If you're anywhere near Naples, come on over. It's not done. You can have access, apart from your parking, to the entire park outside, even though the tickets here at Zing Zang Championship Court have been sold out. You have access to the vendors. You can see amazing play all around this facility. But right now, even hello to some of the people watching in the fan zone and beer garden. Time in's called. On scenes, serves to Diescu.
Side out.
So that timeout seemed to go in their favor.
7-7-1. Second server.
Again, to ask you, ill-advised on the speed up. I think he's 0 for his last 4 on those. I'd like to see him be a little bit more patient and just leverage his length.
7-7-2. Point.
Leaning over, gets caught on his calf.
Whitwell does such a good job there, just swaying and getting her body out of the way, freeing up her paddle.
What did we just see there?
We saw place over pace out of on scenes. Diescu has to cover the middle. And he leaves an awful lot of court open.
7-8-1.
On scenes knows that because that's how he plays.
Point.
Here we are, tied up again.
8-8-1.
That time she was unable to clear the body and free up the paddle.
Yeah, I thought that almost was going to make it over Simone Jardim's paddle, but she was able to bring it back down.
9-8-1.
Resulting in them putting another point on the board.
All started with Jardim going behind Diescu.
And as they hit 10 and coming up on a game point, a timeout has been called. Take a look quick here at our replay. Diescu and Whitwell can't quite handle it. It would mean we have another Takea hydration break. If you're somewhere in the park, head on over and get yourself some Takea product and a free water bottle, and we will be getting a moment with our sponsors.
Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
And once again, another beautiful view of the Gulf and Naples in the background, and some amazing beaches here. along Florida's Paradise Coast. We are in Naples, and we are here for the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships as we follow one of our spectators to their seat and a look at some of the crowd, wondering, will Jaime Onsines and Simone Jardim be champions again? They just served with a dig, and that's not quite going to close it out. But with that second serve opportunity comes another game point.
10-8, 2. Side out.
And with that side out, we got a great chance for Diesco and Whitwell. It's just a 2-point game, and we have seen bigger comebacks before, Scott.
8-10, 1. Point.
Now we go to 1 point.
9-8, 1. Excuse me. Let me recall. 9-10, 1.
And Diesco turns the tables on Jardim as she covers the middle. He goes behind her, place over pace. Really good spot.
And well, still in the first serve, they tie things up.
10-10, 1.
Force us to go to 12 at least.
Second server.
Just a little bit wide. Rusty, this is the slugfest I thought we would see.
10-10, 2.
Handled by Whitwell. Oh.
Point.
Whitwell and Diesco seem to have come out of there last time out with just much crisper footwork.
Yeah, and I think with that last moment, Jardim a little frustrated, calling a timeout, which means another Takea hydration break for us.
Our License to Chill VIP Lounge is brought to you by Margaritaville.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Once again, a thank you to our sponsors. You see ending up that little section, and now we look at Margaritaville and Takea. Also a special shout out in the last section of Billboard, Skechers, the official footwear of the U.S. Open.
Time in. 11,
Significant
10,
commitment now by Skechers to pickleball.
Side out.
And that one goes long. Timeout seems to work in their favor.
10-11, 1.
Pushing up to the net.
Second server.
The crowd there a little bit saying.
Well, awfully tough to reset that ball in front of Diesco. Again, there's not much kitchen in front of that guy.
Oh, Whitwell handles that drive. She gets it. He goes across.
And there's room
Oh
there.
my goodness, that was pretty.
Rusty, you cannot hit that shot with one hand. That was the two-handed backhand specialty right there.
And a quick look at Franklin X40 replay all the way across. She goes behind. Ah, man, that was a nice interchange. Crowd loved that.
11-2.
And down she goes again.
So able to tie it up, forcing, again, that 2-point spread. We're going to have to go all the way to 13. Taking a little bit of the danger off at least. Here's a quick replay again. Ultimately coming back to the point in progress. There was a quick serve and then return into the net, giving Whitwell and Diascu game point.
12-11-1.
Monsigne says not yet.
Whitwell taking her time to get to the ball, building the drama.
12-11-2.
Second game point. So game number 1. With a lot of back and forth. You said a slugfest, and a slugfest it was. A big slap of the hands. 13-11 goes to Whitwell Diascu. We will take a break, hear from some amazing sponsors, and be excited to bring you game number 2 of this gold match with a quick look at a Franklin X40 replay here. Ultimately couldn't handle. Again. Yeah, Whitwell just popped it right back at her. So get ready to see more of that fast interplay at the net in a moment.
Another game? I'm done for the day, and so is my shoulder.
Reach for Arnicare when sore muscles take you out of the game. This scientifically formulated pain reliever has no strong medicine smell, no greasy residue, and can be applied directly to where it hurts. Arnicare is powered by Arnica, an ingredient that has been trusted for centuries to provide relief for muscle pain, stiffness, and bruising. Don't let pain stop you from doing what you love. Reach for Arnicare and get back into the game. Available where you shop.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Time in.
We come back to the beginning of game number 1. Game number 2. With number 1 going to Whitwell and Diascu.
Point.
With a lot of impressive back and forth, Scott. What do you think we might see differently in number 2?
Well, I think the last point of that first game was an indication that Whitwell and Onsines actually play senior pro mixed doubles together, and I think Whitwell just got a good read on Onsines' intentions and was ready for the counter. That could make a difference.
Side out.
Sees Georgine looks to speed that up, hits the net, and her frustration quite apparent. Again, if you saw us last year, earlier this week, Lands in the court. Onsines and Jardim are the defending champions. They won last year gold in this bracket.
0-1-2. Point. One, 1-2. Point. Two, 1-2. Side out. A point, excuse me. Three, 1-2. Point.
Whitwell's threat of the Ernie there causes Onsines a little concern. Feels that pressure and
4-1-2.
drops the dink into the net.
Point. Timeout receivers. 5-1-2.
So with the progression with a 4-point lead, there's a timeout called by the receivers, which means another thank you to Takea for a Takea hydration break and some of our sponsors.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
Actually, the legacy paddle. More and more different models and types of paddle we are seeing in the market. Scott, you guys are playing with the carbon, but out here, Onsines playing with Engage, Simone playing with Yola, who's actually newer to the market. A couple years ago at the U.S. Open was kind of the coming out party.
And a proton paddle in Diasky's hand.
Point.
Used skillfully.
As they continue their progression with a lead of 6-1.
Six, 1-2. Fault. You crossed the plane of the net.
Oh.
You came over here. Side out.
So what's happening here is if Whitwell threatens the Ernie, she cannot cross the plane of the net unless she makes contact with the ball. No argument from Whitwell.
Side out.
Slightly different angle there, looking at the baseline, but the fault was called up at the net with those Ernies. Ultimately, if you do make contact, as you were saying, your motion, your momentum can carry you across, but otherwise it's sort of like a distraction. Just hits the back corner. I think Diasky for a moment was wondering, are they calling that in? Big overhead. Almost makes it over the net. It's one of those you're just blocking the ball almost blindly, right, and hoping
for the leg cord.
There, a little pop on the net. Oh, another one.
Point.
A little bit of friendly banter going back and forth.
These players have a lot of respect for each other.
3-6-2.
It's turned out to be a quality timeout from Monsign's and Jardim there as they coming back.
Yeah.
4-6-2. Side out.
Another fault called there. I mean, at the end of the day, ultimately, you don't want that to happen all the time, but.
Point.
People are getting more and more aggressive, so they're getting as close to that net as possible.
Seven, 4-1.
7-4. Oh.
Second server.
I mean, they were just like on top of each other.
It's a dominant play from the big men.
7-4-2. Point.
His hand was almost quivering as he was like so excited to hit that. Yeah, you see right there.
Yeah.
And then ultimately.
He's such a friendly, gentle giant. Always good-natured.
Point.
Sensing another timeout from Simone if they drop this one.
9-4-2.
They find themselves 2 points away from.
Point.
Ooh. Let's see. If they
10-4-2.
match point.
Oh.
It was on their path.
Close one.
And might we see a change of momentum as a result?
Jaime looking to the heavens with a thank you. Both players with a smile
4-10-1.
and a chance.
Such a cunning play from Simone.
5-10-1. Point.
And now Whitwell and Diascu are starting to quake a little. They had it on their paddle. Pressure's on them.
Oh. 5, 6, 7. Enough points in a row for them to say, wait a second, we got to stop this. And another timeout has been called. And we'll take a Takea hydration break and see how this turns out. There's a look at that last moment, ultimately right down at the feet of Whitwell. And they're saying, like, wait a sec, we got to stop this. So we will be back in just a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
So as we have a brief look there at the vendor tent area, we are coming back quickly to see the possible conclusion of this gold medal match. Simone Jardim is about to serve.
Left-handed.
Second server.
So that timeout work broke the serve at least. little pop on the net. Monsines puts it away. And we now have very quickly a 2-point game hanging onto the edge. Look at that replay.
Yeah, Simone finds a little luck from the net, but going behind Diascu continues to be a smart play for her.
Nice overhead.
Lob just not quite high enough.
Quick Franklin X40 replay.
9-10-2.
So with a big groan from the crowd, as well as Simone Georgiem herself, we have a side out. And at 9-10, or 10 serving 9, we're looking at another match point. And as that ball goes just wide, the gold will be going to Lee Whitwell and Andre Diascu here in the mixed pro split age division. With some appreciation, some smiles and hugs, Andre Diascu finds himself a champion once again here at the U.S. Open, waving to the crowd, thanking you. We have some people standing up and giving applause, and we'll take a look here, Scott.
Well, Simone goes for the line behind him again, and this time comes up just a little wide.
And another look at a different angle here. Yeah, I mean, the lateral movement has been so fantastic, and we will be back to award some medals in just a moment.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
silver medalists, Simone Georgine, and your partner's going to be
Jaime.
coming over here in just a moment, Jaime. We saw some great stuff, and ultimately last year you guys claimed the gold. And the Brazilians, here you go, sir. You can kind of come over here, the two of you. So it's your second time out here defending, and ultimately it didn't go your way. But the crowd was cheering and oohing and aahing, and so you are here, and you're seeing more and more family, and the Brazilians come, and so being kind of the queen and the grand favorite here, you're here once again at the medal stand. What are you thinking?
That at 10-8, I should have done a lot better, and we would have won that first game, but I messed up. So live and learn.
Yeah, well, congratulations on the silver. And again, you are newer here, and it's exciting to see you, and you're playing more and more, and now your son's playing as well. So what's going through your mind?
I think it's so awesome this week, be able to play with the queen, and be competitive. We have such a great players. If we have to lose for somebody, I'm happy to lose to them. To my partner, Lee. Friday, we're gonna be here. And to see my son play is something really special. I'm so glad that he enjoying playing pickleball and he has so much fun. And this to me is the most important thing.
It's fantastic. So we're going to have a representative from More Sports Construction come out here and award you your silver medals.
Thank you.
One for you, as well as your award money. And so everybody, a quick round of applause for their silver medalists, Jaime Oncines and Simone Georgine. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we're going to bring out our champions, Andre Diascu and Lee Whitwell. So congratulations, you guys. We keep seeing you out here. You were fighting through the bracket and some amazing stuff. At one point, they really started to get some momentum and turn things around. But right now, you are gold champions here at the U.S. Open in this very unique bracket. What are you thinking? You won men's yesterday. Now you're winning mixed.
Yeah, they're obviously super good players. That's why they're the reigning champions, and they didn't go down easy. We came back in that first game. We played pretty well to start, had a little dip in the level there, but we came back and got that first one, which I think was huge. And then at 10-4 in the second, I had a blooper over there and made it very interesting, And again, props to them, super competitive guys. They brought it up to 10-9 in a heartbeat. Luckily, we stopped them over there and played a good point to finish. So super excited to win it with Lee for sure. And yeah, just happy to be here. Looking forward to Friday and Saturday now.
Yeah, and you with the Ernie after Ernie and some really powerful forehands. And people are talking about you've moved to Florida, and but now you're here at the U.S. Open getting a gold. What are you thinking?
We're going to Margaritaville, I guess. No, look, it's amazing. Jaime and Simone are formidable opponents and players, and I've looked up to Simone forever, and she's a great friend as well as a great worthy opponent. And Jaime is my partner for Friday, so looking forward to that. And anytime I get to share the court with this big guy, he makes my 10% easy to do. And thanks to everybody that came out and supported. And I've got to give a shout out to my guys in the villages because you guys got me ready. And Eric, get your ass out of bed so we can train.
Okay, well, Nate from More Sports Construction, Court Construction is going to come out and award your gold medals.
You can melt it.
I might make it too.
In addition to the medal, you'll get your prize money. You're going to get some Head Sweats Champions hat. You were adorning yours earlier, as well as some Skechers court shoes. And fantastic performance. Thank you for entertaining people literally around the world here and online as well. You guys, once more, big round of applause, everyone, for our gold medalists, new champions. And everybody else online, wherever you are, don't go away because we're going to have more action coming to you from Zing Zang Championship Court. see the bronze match in the mixed pro split age. As you see, it just started. Dave Weinbach getting into it, putting that away and resulting in the first point of the match. His partner, Mari Humberg, serves. Here we're late in the day.
Second serve. Zero, 1, 2.
With a quick side out.
And there's Humberg's slice return again. That ball is spinning so much in the opposite direction of Onseen's. Unless he lifts that ball, it's going to go into the middle of the net. He did not see a slice like that in the previous round. But he's picking right up where he left off with that backhand roll.
Yeah, leaning in, reaching over on one foot, but holding his position and forcing his second serve.
1, 0, 2.
I think Onseen's is the key to this match. If he can stay as hot as he was in the previous round, then this could be a tight match. If not, I think it's lopsided in Weinbach and Humberg's direction. Well, he made the adjustment beautifully on the third shot drive. Bent his knees more, got underneath that ball, was unable to reset the fifth.
Dave with his classic head down return. Carcass into the net.
2-0-1.
Humberg is serving with the Pro XR paddle. Oh, there you go.
Foot, left foot.
They're like, which one?
Called that on card.
Point. 3-0-1.
Dribbles over the net. Nice interchange with some applause from the crowd. Franklin X40 replay moment. Ultimately, Weinbach, you see the vibration there, hits it into the net. Humberg into the net.
Humberg probably better off letting that ball bounce and half volleying it. Shoulders are pretty off axis there, pretty tough to volley that ball.
Well, it looks like we got either ankle or maybe a cramp happening.
That looks like a cramp. Comes over for some advice from his dad, Jaime.
So we're going to take a Takea hydration break and see if Eric Onseen's can get back into the game.
Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
So as we come back, you can see Chris Cargis, who just talked to the ref there a little bit. Eric Onsines is dealing with a potential medical issue. We don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, so officially there has been a medical timeout called, which the players are allowed to do. And so we will have a longer period of time. And as you see right there with one of the many banners all around this beautiful venue, Margaritaville, and coming out to the right there, Skechers Pickleball, two of the great sponsors. Well, there you got Gamma. I forgot to mention Gamma, that red G there in the background. They have been the official wrap of the U.S. Open and involved with the U.S. Open for several years. Once upon a time, every single pickleball paddle in the world had a Gamma wrap on it. And, you know, Gamma made pickleball able to grow. I don't know if you knew that.
I do now.
You do now. So with the, have you ever had to take a medical timeout yourself?
I have.
Yeah?
I have. I've dealt with cramping on the court, minor injuries. You're afforded a 15-minute medical timeout. And, you know, it's frequent. It's a good idea. If you need it, frequently you can come back, get some medical attention, and still come out on top.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of addressing a topical application possibly.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure if it was a potential strain or a cramp, but again, there's multiple reasons. You know, actually in the early days, there was no official medical timeout. So you'd have players like Chris Miller, he'd be diving all over the place, known for bleeding on the court because he's so aggressive. You know, some of these players from the Pacific Northwest would be used to sliding all around like volleyball and indoor pickleball. You know, and as more outdoor, they continue to dive, but that doesn't work so well on this surface. And so, as we go through this, there's opportunity to kind of see exactly possibly what happened. But ultimately, we are in the process of going through this bronze match in the mixed pro split age. And as you've been watching all day long, there's some significant stuff. And let's try to see if we can see what happened here. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything significant, but right afterwards, he started limping there.
Yeah, he was grimacing on all three of those lunges. I can't say for sure which one caused the injury.
So maybe something happened right beforehand, and that'll give us a chance to take a break, and we'll be back to see how this turns out.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to #1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
You know that I feel good. Doing things I never thought I could. Smiling in the mirror, I look good. Like I should. I feel pretty spanking new. I don't know about you, I feel good. Doing things we're ready. Smiling in the mirror, I look good. Like I should. I feel pretty spanking new. I don't know about you, I feel good.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
Time in.
All right, so time in as we come back from the medical timeout. On Scenes has decided to move on. We'll see how he's moving. Tries to go around the post, a little too low, skims on the ground.
Yeah, if I'm on scenes and Karjas, I'd almost rather on scenes have some sort of wrist injury because his movement is the strength of their team. And if he's not jumping all over the court, I don't know what weapons they're going to have left.
Oh.
And he doesn't look comfortable.
Yeah.
3-0-1.
One back serves to Kargas.
Second serve.
Reaches.
Yep.
Go cross court. Doesn't quite get there.
On scenes was able to lean into the kitchen there. I'm not sure it was on his bad leg, though.
Point. Four, 0-2.
Can't quite regain his control. Leaning in. Falls into the kitchen or non-volley zone.
5-0-2.
Or 5.
I believe we have an out call.
Yeah, side out.
0-5-1.
Okay, going back with that classic head down return.
Tweener coming. Tweener coming. Oh.
Crowd loved it regardless. Take a quick look, Franklin. X40 replay. And it was a drop, too. Weinbach tries to come across and poach. Ultimately, the other side of the cart just too open.
And that's the level of play you're going to see here at the U.S. Open. Just
1-5-1.
like it was a rec game. Just tweener, a drop, everything.
Oh. Almost. Weinbach with a little humor to the crowd.
He's a showman.
Pausing to get ready, but ultimately
1-5-2.
didn't get many laughs on that one.
Point. Two, 5-2.
Oh, he was there.
Yeah, we've seen that work for Humberg earlier today. Onseen seems to be finding his feet under him. He's smiling.
Yeah,
not grimacing.
Not to be superficial anyway, but one of the benefits of being significantly under 50. Recovering for cramps faster, possibly.
Well,
he's moving well there.
That looks pretty good. We saw his father, Jaime, trying to follow his son's footsteps earlier. Not quite as spry. But Onseen's looks to be fresh and healthy again. Oh. One too many times to the well.
Point.
Humberg was able to get that one down a little bit lower.
So they move on with
6-3-2.
yeah.
Side out.
He keeps finding that middle there. Really impressed with his play. Again, you know, a new face here to championship court at the U.S. Open and just really impressing.
Second server.
Yeah, it would have been disappointing to see him go down with an injury. A fresh face, great energy, and fabulous talent.
Yeah, it was a little too high.
Yeah. And easier said than done, but Weinbach and Humberg need to prioritize getting the ball on Cargis's paddle, trying to find a way to avoid on scenes.
Points.
And if you do go in his direction, let's just make sure it bounces.
7-3-1.
Yeah. Weinbach tries to drive to Cargis. On scenes gets it. Now we're dinking at the net. The lob. Dave gets it. Just short.
Second server. Seven, 3-2.
Watch the angle.
Oh.
Side out.
So just 1 point on the board. On scenes comes now back to Weinbach. There's that classic move she has. Up and over, angle.
Especially if you give her a little time to make the grip adjustment, that's not coming back.
3-7-2.
Heavy slice.
Side out.
Yep, that slice is giving
Dave
on
yelling,
scene some problems.
Yeah, yelling no. Although, you know what I haven't heard this year, which every other year is don't you dare
touch that ball.
We'll see if, maybe
we might get one of those. Dave wants to let the crowd know he knew that it was going out.
Oh, dribbles over.
Point.
Cargis almost there, but her paddle kind of hit the ground as she was going for it.
8-3-1.
The 5-point spread.
Second server. Eight, 3-2.
And there's that instigator again from Dave. He's not looking to put that first ball away. He's just poking that in Cargis's direction.
And here's a quick look. Franklin X40 replay.
Yep. Controlled, and we get the pop-up. Just coaxing the pop-up out of Cargis.
Big lob by Humberg. Just hits the baseline.
Point.
That's a nice lob.
That was lovely.
We're at 10. Game point right here.
Would not expect it to be easier to get it over on scenes with that height and athleticism. And there it is.
Point. Game.
So game one, pretty straightforward, goes to Humberg-Weinbach. You said they were favored, and but it's not over yet. Let's take a quick look here. Rejected by the net. A quick thank you, congratulations to one another. It's an alternate angle. Yep, just less than an inch away from making it over the net, but it doesn't. So we will be back in a moment to see how game number 2 turns out.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
So as we come back here, as the sun is going down and evening is coming, Chris Kargas serves at the beginning of game number 2 in the bronze match of the pro mixed split age. Goes for the... We saw Weinbach get that called on him the other day. No look to the ref. I think he knew quite quickly. Might be able to see a teeny bit of it, but
yeah, it goes forward with the left foot in order to turn sideways, and he's been called on that hundreds of times over his career, and he knows when he does it. Great that he doesn't scowl too terribly in the ref's direction.
Kargas backing up a bit on those dinks. Nice around the post, unable to be defended as Humberg gets her paddle on it, but
it's just that little bit of spin on Humberg's dink that kicked out, and Allensteins was on it.
0-1-2.
Found the angle. Really surprised to see Dave driving thirds as much as he is today. He's one of the world's best third shot droppers. A little early on that Ernie.
Good lob, another tweener.
Drop shot.
Out to the side, comes back and gets it. Another lob, but this time.
Oh, touche.
You know, it's where you come in. There it is. Yeah, clearly. Oh, no, wait, this is the tweener.
Yeah, but he did that same move. He's going to do it again.
Let's see. Yeah, the left foot comes across. You turn back to hit it.
Well, it's the proper technique. You need to turn sideways, and that left foot goes forward.
Side out.
As you jump up into the air, and you don't have time for both feet to come down, in case people are wondering. So Allensteins serves again, but we are tied up.
There it is.
Yeah, just a little too far. I mean, her cross-court angles are so good.
Yeah. And that is one of those squabbles you see in this split age mixed, is that both players really want to dominate the middle. That's not usually the case in mixed.
So
with the side out, we come back to Dave Weinbach serving. Eric Allensteins.
What are you going to do if Allensteins has to cover the middle? He can't also cover the angle. They've got to get the ball to bounce in front of Humberg is what they need to do.
A quick look at that there.
That reset's just a little high.
2-1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that little flick she has.
Crafty.
Yeah.
He held it. His intentions weren't clear, and then it was too late.
2, 1, 2. Point.
Coming back from the replay point already in progress.
I think Kargis was undecided between slice and topspin, and she ended up with a pop-up. I like that ball right in the middle.
Oh.
Side out.
Here it is. Little help from the net, lands in the back
1,
court.
3, 1. Second server.
He was not missing those drives in the earlier rounds, I think. Either
Yeah.
Late day, a little bit of discomfort from the leg injury.
Point.
I think all the players are feeling the weight of a really long day. They started at 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, decent sized bracket as well.
Great
Good
pickup.
Side out. Three, 2, 1.
Serve to Kargis.
Another great two-shot combo from Weinbach.
Yeah.
That first one is just designed to set up the second one. He seems fully engaged.
So as we come back, we see Weinbach
4,
about
2,
to
1.
serve.
It may have been a generous call from Kargis.
Point.
You good? Part of the game.
Humberg apologizes. On scene expects that to happen at this level.
Yeah. I mean, you're just, you
5,
attack,
2, 1.
right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she felt badly that it got him near the face. That was not her intention.
Another lob.
Lot of lobs.
Deep.
Lot of topspin. Let's see how fast he is. That's pretty
Almost
fast.
gets it.
Most players would not have gotten a paddle on that.
So I was just told.
Timeout. Receiver.
Okay,
6,
timeout
2,
called.
1.
We'll talk
1 minute.
a little bit more in a moment. As Own Scenes calls that timeout, we will take a Takea hydration break.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
As we come back and see Dave Weinbach there drying up, both teams taking a moment to cool down and refresh, but Father Jaime Own Scenes giving some advice to Eric, who I just heard has only been playing for a grand total of 3 months. Of course, he plays college tennis.
Time in. 6, 2, 1.
Let's get a plays tennis at FGCU.
Second server.
For those who are out of the state, that's Florida Gulf Coast. They're looking for the ball over there. Again, I think we said that earlier. Unlike many sports where they're constantly swapping out, pickleball players will play with that same ball Humberg actually looking to get the approval. It's okay to use this ball. Keep going.
Point.
Ball called out, and so we're now at
7-2.
7-2-2.
That ball
Point.
skipped off the line.
Eight, 2-2.
Another lob. Just hits the back of the court.
Side out.
Let's go, man. Come on.
I think Humberg wanted to drop in front of Onsines again, but since she had just done it, back of the line.
Yeah.
She's thinking
2-8-1.
drop, but then tried something new. Heavy backspin.
Come on.
Point.
Great reset from Kargis, really making Humberg lean in.
So down
3,
5
8,
points.
1.
As you can see there on the board, game number 1 with Humberg and Weinbach.
Second server. Three, 8-2. Side
A
out.
heavy underspin from Humberg again.
Eight, 3-1.
Yeah, 8-3-1.
Point.
So
9-3-1.
2 points away now from claiming this medal.
Short return.
Second serve.
Dave looks to question if it's in. Chris spreads her arm very wide. Get a little bit of a laughter response.
9-3-2.
These two have been on the same court dozens of times together in healthy respect, mutually.
Point.
Man, he almost hit Chris Kargas coming across there. She's able to duck out of the way. I don't know if that caught him off guard a teeny bit.
10-3-2.
And match point coming here.
Side out.
Don't need a stop. Don't need a stop. Chris would have had it. Chris would have had it.
3-10-1.
Some little banter. Dave feeling confident, up 7
Second
points.
A little
serve.
big from Onsines.
3-10-2.
It's a great angle to get Onsines going the wrong direction.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, it takes side out. You can see here comes up.
10-3-1.
Left and right. Match point just was hit.
Second server.
That is a rarity, Dave missing a third.
10-3-2. Side out.
Oh man, breathing a sigh of relief right there.
We've seen stranger things.
3-10-1.
Not a believer yet, but if they could put together a couple in a row. Well, there's the break they may need. See if they can capitalize.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of late to say, like, let's change our strategy. You're just going to keep going. I mean,
They're just going to keep going. They just need a couple of breaks and get Dave and Humberg questioning a few things, feeling some pressure. They can change that fast.
Point.
4-5.
Kargis felt the attack coming, slid a good 2 or 3 feet to her right in order to free up her backhand. It made a huge difference. Otherwise, that ball comes right in on the body.
5-10-1. Second serve.
Little block there, got lucky, landed in, but just a little too easy for Dave Weinbach to put away.
Ray, if you can hear me, it's going really well, Ray.
Five, 10-2.
Still in.
Nope.
Side out.
Just a little long.
Coming up, we have our third match point.
10-5-1. Second serve.
See the fist pump there. On scenes, realizing we still have a chance.
10-5-2.
And the lob this time goes long.
Side out.
3 match points not going their way.
Yeah.
Another opportunity for Kargis and Onsine as Onsine serves to Humberg. Deep, but Kargis gets it. Just called out.
The ball was in.
And we have an overrule.
Mari.
And we have an overrule.
Points.
Onsine wants to use this, getting the crowd going.
Take a look.
6-10-1.
Ooh.
That's awfully close.
The crowd
comes to life.
Crowd comes to life.
They want to see a third game. And we've got a timeout.
Exactly. With that, a timeout is called as the momentum has started to shift. We'll take a Takea hydration break and see what happens.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
With a nice view of a boat cruising along there after sunset, early dusk in Naples, one of the many things you can do here. But right now, what we're doing here is enjoying ourselves at East Naples Community Park at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville as things have started to heat up in here. We're late in game number 2 of this bronze medal match.
7-10-1.
After 3 missed match points, Onsine serves. That time doesn't quite go there, but still on their serve side with a chance to put more points on the board.
It looked like Kargis was slow to react to that, mostly because her senior pro partners don't make that move. Fast hands from Dave, but unfortunately it didn't have the paddle in it.
So they were down 6 points. We'll take a look at a Franklin X40 replay.
8-10-2.
Kargis just served.
I got it.
Almost.
Side out.
Almost. The crowd wanted to see that work. Take a quick look. Another Franklin X40 replay.
10, 8,
Almost
1.
the exact same play as before. Carr just was leaning left but couldn't get there.
Just served. Possible match point again.
Second server.
Humberg had open court to Onsien's left if she could have gotten there.
10, 8, 2.
He tries to jump.
Live by the
So
sword, die by the
successfully,
sword.
he's done it all day long, but not there. And the medal ends up going to Weinbach and Humberg. A little bit of a frustration, but some appreciation at the same time there. The crowd giving their cheers and waves of appreciation from both the players and the fans. A little bit of exasperation there on scenes, but some incredible play, so exciting to watch. And I think we're going to have a chance to quickly give away a bronze medal to Humberg and Weinbach in just a moment. And there's some great stuff that has happened here all week long already. And so with a quick look at a Franklin X40 replay with some points from the match, Scott.
Yeah, there's that Burt opportunity, the Ernie from the other side of the court. Onsien certainly capable.
Trying to anticipate, jumping across, ultimately into the net, and the big celebration there. And we are having a fantastic time here once again. Don't go away. We want to honor some of these players. You can take a look at some stuff earlier in the day. Highlights from all day long. You've seen some celebration, some action, some great accuracy. Scott, thank you so much for being here so far, but we are not entirely done yet. We're going to recognize the bronze medalists in just a moment.
From the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the.
I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to #1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.